and blue. Just watch how we. Hey, drop that song, man.
What's up, guys?
Hey, drop to the 20, I'm about that. Touch my hand, I doubt that. 2 ain't never.
So Mr. Bill was talking, playing, and dancing to the song, and I said, you know what? Got in my head. I was like, I remember when I saw him live, so I thought I'd share it with you guys again.
I'm getting my weapon. Then I got hands to show on my face. I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh. Start the beat, hey, I'm gonna keep it simple. They let paper here stay open, but said churches weren't essential. And I know how to keep your faith in God, but it seems like the world is issue. But that word is too official.
Figure we do a little dancing right away, huh?
I'm not a big dumb, cause I am a.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Cause I am a winner. And they say I'm a sellout because they disagree. Call it cool, I'm full time, but at least I can say I'm free. Hey, drop to the 20, I'm about that. Touch my hand, I doubt that. 2 ain't never go without that. These things trying to show.
I know y'all like Bryce and Grice, right?
I run that red, white, and blue. Just watch how we bounce back. Get ready to teach we win an election. So I make a step. To all the liberals, I'm keeping my weapon. Then I got hatches to show on my face. I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh.
Hold on. One more time.
Hey, drop to the 20, I'm about that. Touch my hand, I doubt that. 2 ain't never go without that. These they trying to shut us down, but I know we gon' bounce back. I rep that red, white, and blue. Just watch how we bounce back. Get ready to teach we win an election. These on my feet, so I make a statement. To all the liberals, I'm keeping my weapon. Then I got hatches to show on my flex. I'm like, ooh.
Y'all ready to turn up?
Ooh, ooh,
Wait, 1, 2, 3, Hey, come to the 20. Hey,
Yeah, I got to the front of the road,
Hey,
didn't I?
let's get it. Hey, hold on. I don't think they ready for this next
So
song.
this was back on January 5th. January 5th, guys.
Hey, who out here like they Second Amendment? Are y'all some gun-toting patriots?
Since we had Mr. Bill was dancing to this song, I had to play it.
Okay, we gotta out there and drop that.
Yeah, that girl's going crazy next to me.
What's going on?
I felt my camera keep shaking. She's moving it.
Y'all ready to deal in?
Not one politician, not one government legislation can take it down.
I'm a gun-toting patriot, goddamn patriot. Pricing what they make, cause I'm really never faking it.
What's up, Hope?
It's on my mind. Hold up.
I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it.
Gun-toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking American. This magazines and Democrats the big interest. Not all they think is up, but you don't know who you dealing with. It's for free, fingers up.
Yeah, this girl was going crazy next to me.
Cause he innocent. Playing Roger Stone, cause the one no day. We need to keep down every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement. Tell Justice Smollett that I know this MAGA country. Tell how we know they trying to play us like some dummies. I looked deep into it and I did the math. Why did Obama send money to their Wuhan land?
What's up, Brad? Figure we start the show off with a party, huh?
Why is there so much propaganda funny, you ask? How about that Bill Gates vaccine? Sorry, I'm past, cause I'm a gun-toting patriot. God-fearing patriot. Pressing why they mad, cause I'm really never faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun-toting patriot. God-fearing patriot. Pressing why they mad, cause I'm really never faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. All red mega flags waving through the south.
Yeah, we're a whole bunch of racists right there the night before January 6th, right?
With that Yeezy flow, don't go broke on Sleepy Joe. Make America great again. Seeing what you hating for. Military working overtime. I salute y'all. Steady trying to play them games. Yeah, we see y'all. Democrats and Republicans steady too tall. Not to run it back to back. That's how we ball Trump. Yeah. Okay, Barry Hills a legend. Yeah, Trump. Hey. Okay, America's biggest blessing. Free speech. Back in
took me a while to get the front, but I got there. Cornbread.
I'm a gun-towing, God-bit, cause I'm really naming faking it, free speech.
Grow's not here right now.
I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it.
I don't know, how many, did they play another song or not? I forget, let me see.
Hey, y'all hype now? Are y'all hype now?
I forget if they played another song. Yeah, they do. You might as well play other songs, right? I kept going in and out. I got the 360, or no, I don't. That's right, the FBI has this video. Frickin' FBI. Man, this was bad, wasn't it? Oh, come on. Alright, here, let me play. We'll play it better now.
We went to the White House and we got a
We'll go to the very beginning. We'll play one more song right here. This one, I don't think this one cuts out.
They're everywhere.
You know what I'm saying? Trump won. Hey, John.
There you go. Yeah, this is my video. This thing is still up. It's on my YouTube channel.
I'm on the right side, guess I'm stuck in my ways. I'm not pitting on no mask. I am not one of your slaves. Trying to scare me with a virus like we in the last days. I don't need a government, cause I got a Jesus that saves. Hey, God fear Bible, but not giving up my rights for nothing. God we trust, yeah, I trust, but I'm getting anything above. Keep your globalism.
Oh yeah, the power went out on us like twice that night.
Trying to send the China virus cause they want us to fall. And Trump cutting taxes cause he want us to fall. Just before you had these patriots and government hogs. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet.
Yeah, it was January 5th. Can you guys not hear me? Yeah, this was January 5th. You guys can't hear me? Are you guys not hearing me? Oh, alright, let's go back. I'll just show you guys me. Mr. Bill was dancing to the song, and I was like, you know what? I was like, I remember when I saw him live on January 5th. So I just had to show it. I had to show it again. This was a fun day. Let's see. I saw General Flynn this night. Let's see. When did General Flynn show up? But we had everybody speaking. There's General Flynn right there. Look at that. Oh wait, no, that's not. That's Corey. That's I forget his freaking name. He ran for senator here in California. Where's General Flynn at? I got General Flynn on here somewhere. Let's see. There he is. There's General Flynn.
They have forgotten who they work for. They work for we.
Here, you guys want to hear General Flynn's speech that day?
Yes.
That lady would get out of my yeah. Up there.
Oh, he's awesome. Yeah.
Hey everybody, I'm Barbara Flynn, Redgate. I'm General Flynn's sister. And
yeah.
This is my brother Joe.
Yeah.
And we're here because of you guys. We've survived 4 years, 24/7, and we are not going to concede anything.
I don't know you well enough, Blobby Blobby, yet.
My brother, who we love, my brother General Mike here.
There you go, there's General Flynn. There you guys go, General Mike Flynn.
Stood up, who was the first one to stand up and face down this corruption. And God bless you guys. We love you, and here he is.
Yeah, boy. So this was January 5th of last year, guys.
Hey, I want everybody to take a big, fresh, deep breath. Take a deep breath. The entire country needs to take a deep breath. Take a deep breath with me, because you're breathing the fresh air of liberty.
Heck yeah.
Do not take for granted in this country the fresh air of liberty that we breathe. Never take for granted what you have. Never take for granted the sacrifice of millions of men and women that are our forefathers, our foremothers that stood before us in the line of fire elsewhere around the world for other countries, for other people,
I don't know,
and for
5 to 10,000
ourselves.
people.
Never take for granted for who we are as an American people. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed still standing here today that the United States of America can't get its presidential election right. We should as Americans not accept this. We should not accept this.
Never.
We've had, and I can go through state by state. In some of these states, we have more dead voters than are buried on the battlefields of Gettysburg, or the battlefield of Vicksburg, or the battlefields of Normandy. Americans who died for this
General
country,
Flynn,
who
guys.
died for our right for a free, fair, and transparent vote.
Thank you for
We
watching.
did not have a free, fair, and transparent vote on the 3rd of November. And the entire world knows, everybody in this country knows who won the election on the 3rd. Who won the election on the 3rd? Donald Trump. You see these people up in their windows all over here, this place we call Washington, D.C. They have forgotten. Washington, D.C. has forgotten what it means to be an American patriot. They have forgotten who they work for. They work for we, the people.
Yeah. You guys are
So
quiet
when you
tonight.
think about your loved ones, you think about your mothers, your fathers, your grandfathers, your grandmothers, your aunts, uncles, all of those people that went before us, all of those people that fought for our country, all of the men and women that are standing in freedom space tonight around the world, willing to die, willing to sacrifice their very lives for the fresh air of liberty that we breathe. This is so important, people. We have got to get this right. And like I have told the President of the United States,
What's
this
up,
is
Wildlife?
not about him. This is about the presidency. This is about our Constitution. This is about our country. We, like my great sister Barbara just said, we fought, my family, we fought for truth. The difficulties that we have had, the only way that I was able to survive is because of you, because of the American people standing
Well,
up
this is
and
General
running
Flynn's
to me
speech on
instead of
January
running away
5th.
from me. So thank you, America. Thank you, all the digital soldiers out there, all of you. Thank you.
We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you.
Amazing. One of the great things about being an American is our culture. In our DNA, we feel freedom. We bleed freedom. And we will sacrifice for freedom. It is not something that can be taken for granted. We in this country, we're awake. As that young lady that was just out here talking a little bit ago, where she was talking about our various revolutions, the various things that our country has experienced over our history. We cannot ever take anything that has gone before us for granted. This country is awake. Tomorrow,
that guy got right in front of me.
tomorrow, trust me, the American people
With
that
his
are
cheap
standing
little
on the
camcorder.
soil that we are standing on tonight, and they're going to be standing on this soil tomorrow, this is soil that we have fought over, fought for, and we will fight for in the future. The members of Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, the members of the United States Senate, those of you who are feeling weak tonight, those of you that don't have the moral fiber in your body, Get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie.
I think we showed them that, didn't we?
One of the things that I've learned,
That's how cold it was. Look how bad I was shaking.
Fighting for the truth. And the one thing that I do know is that the truth will come out. And the truth is known. We know the truth right now. We know what it is. We know exactly what happened. All of us know what happened.
Why does the guy with the cheap camera?
Members of Congress know what happened. And so where we stand tonight, we stand on a crucible moment in United States history. And like I said at the beginning, in order for us to breathe the fresh air of liberty, we know, because we the people, we are the ones that decided. We are the ones that will decide. Our path forward, America's future forward, it may not be a Republican Party. It may not be a Democratic Party. It will be the People's Party. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
All right, there you go. If you want to see all of that day in D.C., actually, you can see most of my stuff in D.C. All you got to do is search the channel. How's everybody doing today? Hope y'all are having a good day. I'm here. We're here. We're just, anybody watch that shit show today that they called the damn January 6th commission hearing? Was that a joke or was that a freaking joke, right? Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. We watched that and all it was lies. You guys know I was there. Her saying, oh, there wasn't enough people in the ellipse. That's kind of bullshit. Because I was there I went through the whole entire line. Took me on my scooter like an hour to get through the whole entire line of just going through, zigging and zagging, right? And so I know that she was lying because I actually got inside the ellipse. I was in there. You couldn't move. It was so packed that I had to leave because I couldn't do any interviews. So I left, and I probably left about 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was full already. So saying that at 1 o'clock it wasn't full is just a bunch of baloney, right? Oh, the lies they told you today. The lies. Oh, the lies. I don't know. Did anybody else watch it? Is anybody even here today other than What Life and Bread? Nobody's talking to me. I feel all alone. Anyways, that was going on today. We had that stupid shit show of a trial, right? What a joke. What a joke. Well, Drunk is going to be late today. It's Tuesday, and he's probably at his class. So we're going to start the news without him. So let's go ahead and let's get on to the news, folks. That's what you guys are here for. There, what's up, Bandit One? Glad you're here. You know, we'll put it here. Maybe we'll show a little more of what I did that day later on. Let's let me stop this commercial real quick. They always got to show the dang commercials, don't they? Got to make their money, though. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Alright, West Hollywood votes to cut the LA County Sheriff funding amid a crime wave. So crime is up. But what do you think? You're alright. What are you drinking, Bandit? So their crime is up, but they say, you know what? We don't need the police. Let's get rid of their funding. A trendy LA County community has voted to reduce law enforcement funding despite escalating crime that was up 137% earlier in the year. The budget for the next 2 fiscal years will leave West Hollywood with up to 5 fewer Los Angeles County Sheriff deputies on patrol. At the same time, the council approved increasing funding for a cultural arts festival. So art is more important than the police protecting you. What a joke. But then it is West Hollywood, right? You know, you got all those stupid movie stars that think they're better than everybody else and their shit don't stink. The budget for the next 2 fiscal years will leave West Hollywood. Oh, we already read that one. The budget was approved by a narrow 3-2 vote, with Mayor Lauren Meister dissenting, as well as Councilman John Erickson. Most of the residents and businesses I have heard from are opposed to cutting the sheriff's budget. They are outraged that people and organizations from outside our city are dictating to the council how to run our city. The narrative that we can have either sheriffs or social services, or either sheriffs or unarmed security teams, is false. Yeah, I mean, who's going to protect them now, right? What's going to happen when they get robbed? Are they just going to say, oh, well, I guess they really needed the money? Over the past few months, residents and business owners have voiced opposition. Prioritizing people's safety doesn't mean just mean people with badges and guns on the street, Councilmember Lindsay P. Horvath said. We have to find another way to keep our residents safe in a way that's affordable. Yeah, whatever. You know, it's pretty sad when they're doing it this way, because that's not how you save money, right? That's not how you protect your citizens. You don't get rid of the police. I'm sorry. You know, not every cop is right. Not every cop does the right thing. There are bad cops out there. Let's admit it. There's bad people in every situation. But come on. Let them protect themselves, Bandit. Yeah. But you know what? What about the people that are there that don't agree with them? Hopefully the cops go to their house first. West Hollywood. Now, you know, also cutting the budget to LA County Sheriff also means cutting the budget for the jails too, right? Just so you know. Because the sheriff runs the jail. Just a heads up to all you guys. So the next time you rich people that are movie stars and you want to call the sheriff because somebody is trying to get on your property to get your autograph, or you have some crazy fan who's stalking you, and you want to call the cops for help, call your city councilman instead. Don't call anybody, because you're the ones pushing them to do this. What do you call a liberal after they get robbed? A conservative? Right? But they have to go to the county commissioners. What do you mean by that? Find the right passion? I'm not sure. Alright, here we go. So GOP lawmakers sound off on Biden administration, directing teen mothers to abortion. Teen mothers to get an abortion. Shame on you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'd say the same thing. GOP lawmakers torch President Biden over his administration promoting abortionfinder.org, a website that provides information to expecting mothers on where to get an abortion and how to circumvent parental notification laws where such laws exist. I didn't. You know what? Let's go check this website out real quick. Let's go check this website out here. Find a verified abortion provider. Somebody give me a city. Well, let's just look in Los Angeles, California. Los Angeles, California. Select a date. What was the last date of our period? Let's just choose this day. Let's say I'm 15 or younger, and let's find a provider. Let's see what we can find in LA. Filtered by 8 weeks, 2 days pregnant. Worried about the cost of abortion. There's telehealth only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holy shit, there's 5 pages, 5 times 6, so it's at least 30 of them. Let's go to 5 and let's see if there's more, because sometimes there's still more. Oh no, it says there's 27 results. Okay, 27 results. Wow, 27 abortion clinics in LA. Let's change this. Let's change the day of our last period. Let's go back a couple months. Let's say December 6th was the last day we had our period. Find a provider. Now let's see what happens. You're 29 weeks, 1 day pregnant. You'll be able to end your pregnancy with an abortion procedure. The abortion pill is no longer available. Many states ban abortion later in pregnancy. Some states require. It says you're too far along in pregnancy to get an abortion in California because of California's abortion laws. So what are they saying? Albuquerque, New Mexico. If I go to Albuquerque, New Mexico, they will do it through 32 weeks and 6 days. Wow. Colorado Mountain Medical will do it. They don't have a timeline. Neither does Boulder Abortion Clinic. In Washington, D.C., same thing, through 31 weeks, 6 days. Wow. That's crazy. That's sad. That's sad. All right. So President Biden is telling, and his cabinet is telling people to go to this website. House Republican Conference Chairwoman Elise Stefanik of New York told Fox News Digital the Biden administration should be ashamed of themselves for helping minors bypass their parents to abort an unborn child. I think in California, you don't have to tell them your age. They don't have to tell your parents that you've been pregnant, if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% sure. Once again, the administration is trying to undermine parents' role in their children's lives. I will continue to work to reject extreme policies that allow late-term abortions. Yeah, we need to get rid of all that. The White House advocating for underage loopholes getting an abortion is beyond sickening, they said. So it says right here, the website the White House highlighted includes information for minors, children 15 or younger, on how they can bypass parental notification laws. Disgusting. What would you do if you found out that you had, if you have a 15-year-old daughter, and you found out your 15-year-old daughter went to one of these clinics, and she's like, well, President Biden said I could go to these clinics and it's okay. What would you say? What would you do? I'm just curious. I would be very upset. All right, for those of you, I know a lot of you don't want to watch the January 6th hearings. I was there, so I wanted to watch it. I watch them. The lies. Oh my goodness, the lies today. They kept talking about stuff that happened that were on video, but they asked her opinion. They, this was an aide to Mark Meadows. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot her name already. What the heck was this dumb chick's name? Cassidy Hutchinson. So she was Mark Meadows' assistant, and everything she said was all hearsay. They were like, well, how did Mr. Meadows react? Well, or what did Mr. Meadows say? That's hearsay. You can't say it in a normal court. These are all lawyers out there. Do you think they care? No. No, they don't. And she kept explaining stuff, how it happened. And they have video of everything, but they wouldn't show the video. They would only let her say how she saw it. What did she say? She said that President Trump tried to jump in the front of the vehicle and grab the steering wheel to make the driver go to the Capitol building. I don't see that happening. Do you? Does that sound like something President Trump would do? She's like, oh, he threw a plate at the wall. Okay, he was pissed. Big deal. Oh my gosh. All that they're doing, you know what this whole thing is about, folks? I'm going to tell you right now what this is not about. This is not about the president, about what happened that day. This is them being scared. This is them trying to scare all the Democrats out there to make sure that they don't vote, because they're so afraid that in 2024 President Trump's going to run again, which he is. They're so afraid that they're trying to scare the shit out of every living American, saying President Trump is such a bad person. Right? They've been doing it the whole time. Oh, he's racist. Oh, he's anti-gay. Oh, he's anti-this. This is a bunch of bullshit. They're making up all these lies, and they say, oh, well, she worked for him. Yeah, where does she work now? Right? She's done nothing prior than being an intern. She is mad at Trump because he wouldn't take her with his team to Florida after he left office. That makes a good point. Bandit 1 says the Secret Service said this driving thing is absolutely not true. All right, I don't see that happening, right? What's up, Ultimate Gamer? I don't see that happening. Like I said, this is another reason for them to go and make everybody think President Trump is such a bad man. That's what they've been doing for the whole entire time he was president. President Trump is racist. President Trump is this. President Trump is that. That's all they can do, folks. That is all they know how to do, and that's all they can do. And they can also, well, anyways. You can't wait for Monday. What's Monday, Ultimate? What's Monday? The heck is that? Is this thing a knife up here? What the heck is that? My Patriot Supply. I guess that is a knife. Alright, you got commercials here. Alright, did you guys hear Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's personal assistant, hit with 20 years for sex trafficking girls, and I believe it was a $750,000 fine. Oh, it's the 4th of July. Duh. Hello. 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 So $750,000, she inherited his millions and billions of dollars. Wasn't he, Jeffrey Epstein, a billionaire? Didn't he give it all to her? So it says Ghislaine Maxwell was sentenced Tuesday to 20 years in prison for procuring teenage girls to be sexually abused by their late financier, Jeffrey Epstein, after calling him a manipulative, cunning, and controlling man. Judge Allison Nathan said a very significant sentence is necessary, and she wanted to send an unmistakable message. She handed down a stiff term and imposed a $750,000 fine. 750 grand to her is like frickin' you and I going out to get a steak. Maxwell, 60, did not react with emotion, and as she learned that she may spend the rest of her life in prison. Prosecutors had argued for a term of 30 to 55 years, while Maxwell's lawyers pushed for a lenient sentence of just 5 years. Yeah, what I want to know is, where is all the information about all the people that Jeffrey Epstein ever had dirt on? He had dirt on everybody. Why are we not seeing this? The jury found the Oxford graduate guilty of recruiting and grooming teenage girls for sexual encounters with her and Epstein between 1994 and 2004 at the late billionaire's mansions and estates in Manhattan, New Mexico, Florida, and the Virgin Islands. Epstein, who killed himself in jail in 2019, I don't think he did. What's up, James Wong? Oh, great. Somebody get this guy before he gets to the rest of what he's trying to say. James Wong, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Stupid racist people, man. But, yeah, what do you guys think? Don't you guys think this lady should have got a whole lot more? Why do people think they have to come into a room and start typing stuff like that? What do they think? They're going to kick me? Some people say, oh, they're trying. Oh, here they come. Here comes another one. I already know it. Yep. You're blocked. Yep, here comes another one. Let's see who they're going to come in as next. I don't get why do people do that? Let's see who are they going to come in as next? Who are you going to be next? What's up, Charles? Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Let's see what stupid racist person's going to come in next. They're probably a liberal, too. Oh, they're not coming in. No more? You're not going to do it anymore? I thought we were going to get some more of it. I have Bill's comment. How you doing, sir? Alright, so, what do you guys think, though, about this Ghislaine Maxwell? There they are. Now they're start typing even more stupid stuff. Did I hit Bill? Did I erase somebody else? Oh, wait. I have Bill's comment. You're with me. You wanted the little black book to be public information. Unfortunately, you're afraid Trump might be on the list. I love what Trump did for our country, but he ran it as a business. He did run it as a business. I definitely want the list of names. Now they, Trump, yeah, Epstein did not kill himself, I don't think. Trump did. There's pictures of him with Trump, right? But it was all about business. Who knows it? How am I beating my mods on them, too? Mods, where are my mods at today? Yeah, I would definitely like to see his little black book. I wonder if it's ever going to come around. Like, where is this stuff at? Who has it now? She's in jail. So what do you think? The FBI probably has it. They're not gonna show it though, are they? Do you think we'll ever get to see it? We're ever gonna get to see it? I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever get to see it. I sure hope we do. I'm definitely excited for when I go to heaven, that God's gonna share all this information with me, right? They say when you get to heaven, you're gonna know everything and everything. I want to ask about this. I want to ask about everything in the world that's gone. You know, I'm gonna ask what was there. You know, how was the election messed with? You know, who killed this person? Who killed? I have a lot of questions to ask God when I get up there. What about you guys? You think Elon Musk, that's why he's buying Twitter, to expose the dirty secrets? Is that why they're taking so long? Do I see him before you, Hope? Okay. What do you guys think? Who else here is excited, not to die, but excited to go up to heaven so you can know all the answers of what really is happening on in our world? Anybody, like, okay, how about this? For those of you that do believe in God, I think we all do in here pretty much. When you get to heaven, what's the first question if you could ask any question of all, what's the first question you would ask? Mine would actually be a personal question. I would ask God why he made me disabled. That's what I would ask him. I'm not going to lie. That would be my first question. But my second question would probably be about the election. Right? I think that would be my second question. I think so. Hold on, I gotta take a drink. You're gonna ask God why you weren't born rich. Is there weed in heaven? I'm pretty sure there probably is. Oh, and since you got that FJB, let's play this one. I downloaded some new stuff for you guys.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
I still can't believe Joe Biden said this.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
All right, we got some baby crying. What else do we go?
It's funny because he's fat. You know?
I like the Hangover side. I got a lot of Hangover ones on here. Let's see.
You can't handle the truth.
That's another one from. Let's see. Gotta have this one.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
It is ma'am.
I finally downloaded that one. Anyways. I don't know. So look at this. So monkeypox outbreak. The CDC activates Emergency Operations Center to bolster the agency's response. You think we will be so happy there won't be too many questions to ask, or that we will understand the answers then? You know, I never thought about it that way. Do you think that when we get up there, we're just going to know everything? You don't have to ask the questions? That's a good point. You know, that might happen. So remember, guys, what was it, last week? Joe Biden said we need money for the next pandemic. Well, here's your sign. Do they have a clip of Biden? Do I have a clip of Biden saying we established the biggest voter fraud system? No, I don't. I don't have a clip that says that. So the Centers for Disease Control is activating its Emergency Operations Center to help supplement the agency's ongoing response to the current monkeypox outbreak. I think this is our second pandemic. Untreated 10% death, treated 1% death. Is that for this? The action stands up CDC Command Center for monitoring and coordinating emergency response. The monkeypox and mobilizing additional CDC personnel and resources. The EOC will allow the agency to further increase operational support. Let's see. A high number of monkeypox cases are occurring in gay, bisexual, and other men who have sex with men. So why are they worrying about everybody? When we get to heaven, the election, everything wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, but I still like to know. I still want to know. A high number of monkeypox cases are occurring in the, like I said, you mean the 5th pandemic this year, right? Monkeypox is a rare disease caused by the monkeypox virus that belongs to the orthopox virus genus, which also includes the virus that causes smallpox. We already get a shot for smallpox, right? The cases are unusual because prior to, let's see. The disease is endemic in Africa, but since May 2022, monkeypox cases have been identified in approximately 25 states in the U.S. among people returning from international travel and their close contacts. I wouldn't say it's racist. I'm going to say it may be, I don't know. All right, so look, here, they're calling it a pandemic when there's 244 monkeypox cases in the United States. All right, let's just look at this real quick. What today? What's the U.S. population as of today? Let's see what that is. What's the U.S. population of today? The population clock. Here we go. The U.S. population. We have 332 million people. There's only been 244 monkeypox cases. So 244. That's 1 out of 1.5 million people. How is that a pandemic? That's 1/1,000,000th of a percentage. Not even that. That's half of 1/1,000,000th of a percentage. Give me a break, folks. There is no pandemic. Jeez Louise. Stop having certain kinds of sex and you won't have to worry about it. I know the numbers keep going up. The world population is 7,904,000 or 948,451.
That's a lot of money.
No, that's just people. What's up, drunk? Hold on.
So,
Let me put you on here. We turn this one on.
Democracy dies.
The heck was that?
Crowder. I just now sat down. I'm still getting everything together.
I got you.
Getting everything muted.
Let me get you up here. Oh, I gotta put my picture up. I forgot. I don't have my picture up today. My video.
See my face?
Cause drunk uncle always wants to see my face. He likes looking at all of this beautifulness.
Look at that. Sexy man. Sexy man.
I know, right? And then we're gonna do this one. I'm actually giving us our own little space here. I'm giving us our own. Damn, I gotta make you a lot smaller. That's what she said.
Why would she say that?
Oh, I don't know.
Must be massive.
Really massive.
Like, you can't come out with me with no stiff dick.
Remember,
You got me in half.
what was that movie? Oh my gosh. What movie was that? What movie am I thinking of, drunk? Full Metal Jacket. No. They went to the prostitute and she wouldn't have sex with the one guy. She's like, oh no, you too big, you too big.
Tubu cool.
Yeah, that one. How was your day today, my friend?
It was alright. Had to get up early to my standards.
Oh, that's right. You had to open the shop today. I forgot. I thought it was your day off today.
Well, it was supposed to be. But Chappie went to go get that tattoo.
That's right.
Turned out pretty nice.
Did it?
Yeah.
So
And then I came home. I went back to sleep. Woke up for a virtual doctor's appointment. Went back to sleep again. Woke up and I was like, oh, I wonder what time it was. What time it is.
Yeah.
And it was 6:30. And my class starts at 7:30. And I need to get there early to stretch and put on my gi and all that kind of stuff. And I hadn't showered yet.
Stinky
Jumped
boy.
in the shower. Yeah. Jumped in the shower real quick and then started heading down the road and fucking Matrix kicked in. My stomach turned.
Uh-oh.
Like 2 miles down the road. And I was like, all right, well, I'll just stop at the Arby's. So pull in the Arby's, and it's like one of those to where you're just hoping that your stomach calms down just for like a little bit.
Yeah.
And, it did.
Uh-huh.
You know what it's like when you know your stomach almost knows when you're getting close to a bathroom, and it's just like, okay, I'm ready. Whip into Arby's, go up to the door. The sign says dining room open and everything. It says dining room closed at 4 o'clock due to something or another. Hop back in the car. My stomach's not wanting to comply with me. Whip it around, go to the 7-Eleven. I hate going to the bathroom at a gas station. Go up. Both bathrooms are occupied. And I'm just like, holy shit, if they don't come out of these damn bathrooms soon, I'm going to have to go home and change, basically. But luckily, one came out, and I got to class in time.
Well, there you go.
But I only got there 10 minutes early, and I'm usually there like 30 to 45 minutes early.
Right on. Well, at least you made it. You didn't have to go home and change.
Yeah. Oddly enough, I was the teacher for 2 people tonight, just for a little bit. I don't know what Coach was doing. He was doing something in the office. His sister had just started at the gym, and she come up. She's like, I want you to show me how you, like, you know, flip people off and do all that stuff. And I was like, you want to do jiu-jitsu today? And she's like, yeah. I was like, okay. And so I went and got my gi on and everything, and she's like, so we're going to get started? And I was like, well, go tell your brother to get his gi on. We should have started 10 minutes ago. She's like, okay. Ran in there, she come out, she's like, he said just to get in the ring and start working. I was like, okay. What the you know, I'm a new student myself. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
So I just showed her simple things on how to shrimp and bridge and why you shrimp and bridge. Shrimping is basically kicking your hip out and like pushing the opposite way. So if somebody's on top of you, it's basically a good way to just push them off of you and get out from under them.
Mm-hmm.
And then a bridge is when somebody, you ever see an MMA where somebody's like, they're on top. Not only are they on top, but they're crawled up like where their crotch is like right in your face, and they're like sitting there like just beating straight down on you.
Yeah.
So that would be full mount, and that's where your bridge comes in handy. And so you're on your back, and you just basically thrust your hips up, and then reach the one way. So when you thrust your hips up, it throws their whole body forward. And then when their body comes forward, you just grab their body and just sling them out of the way.
Interesting. Right on.
So I taught her that, and then one of the owners got in.
Is it gonna be like a 3-hour long story or what?
No, not at all. And the owner, he got in, or one of the owners got in there, and it was first time doing jiu-jitsu, and I showed him like an arm bar and an omoplata, and then Coach finally came out. So, but it was just odd that like I'm so new and he's having me teach 2 different people, and I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, right on. Speaking of doctor, I gotta go to the doctor tomorrow, and then
Bandit, that's exactly what I said. There's a lot of sexual innuendos into jiu-jitsu.
I guess so.
A lot of compromising looking positions, that's for sure.
Yeah. So in August, I get the wonderful procedure that every man looks forward to, or every person looks forward to, I guess, when you hit your older age.
Prostate exam.
No, not that one. I gotta go get a colonoscopy.
Oh, I had one of those a few years ago.
Yeah, but
you don't notice anything.
Well, no,
like, because you're out.
But that's not what worries me. So I took this thing called a Cologuard or whatever test, so you don't have to get the colonoscopy, and it came back positive. So now I have to take. So that kind of worries me, it might, that I might have something wrong with me.
Like some polyps or whatever.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Isn't that like colon cancer or something like that?
I have no idea. All I know is when I got mine, it was because I was very like bloated. I was carrying a lot of water weight.
Uh-huh.
I think I was up to like 230 pounds. And, you know, I went in I tell you, the night before sucked, having to drink that shit
Yeah.
to like clean you out. Oh my goodness.
Thank you,
That was horrible.
Asitis. Yeah.
And plus I couldn't drink alcohol.
Oh, wow. That
Which
sucks.
really, you know, for me, especially, because, you know, I need it.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, Drunk Uncle, listen, I think we talked about this before. On a day that he works, he drinks like, 20 beers, you said?
No. On a day that I work, it's about 12.
Okay.
Days I don't work, but now I go to jiu-jitsu, so it's different. But before jiu-jitsu, I could easily do a case, 18 to 24 on a day off.
Yeah.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah, see, my doctor, I have a new doctor, and he didn't even, he just told me I gotta go. He said all that they would tell me is that there was a positive test to Cologuard, and I have to go get a colonoscopy now. So, yeah,
Well,
I think Sam is a bot too, but we don't know.
I think if they, like, I didn't have to go, I guess there's two different, you go in for a colonoscopy, and they go through the bottom end first.
Yeah.
And then they run some tests, and then if they find something, they might have to go through the top end, I guess. But they told me I didn't have to come for the top part of it, so I guess I was just carrying a lot of water weight or something. So it'll be good news for you if they say that you don't got to come back for the second.
I hope they don't use the same camera for the top and the bottom.
Well, of course they do, and they don't clean it either. They just stick it in a drawer and wait for you to come back.
Yeah. Well, and here's the problem. So my mom died of cancer, right? So my stepdad is, he's got PTSD, and he really freaks out over cancer and stuff like that. So I can't even tell him that I got to go have this procedure, because I don't want to freak my stepdad out, you know? So now I got to see if one of my friends, well, I'll probably drive, because it's a 45-minute drive down there to the doctor. And I have friends that live in Fresno, so I'll see if one of my friends will drive me from their house to the doctor. Then I can drive back, they can drive me back to their house, because they won't let you drive after it, because they said they're going to knock me out, so.
Oh, yeah, you're going to be loopy as fuck.
Yeah. Again, he says, now I know why that camera tastes like shit. So, and then tomorrow I get to go to the urologist. That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Because I keep getting urinary tract infections.
No.
And Kaiser said, oh, there's nothing wrong. You know, you're okay, because they did all these tests. But Kaiser sucks. Yeah. So. Well, thank you, Asitis. Thank you.
Maybe TMI, but are you snipped or unsnipped?
All snipped.
Oh, okay. A lot of people that are unsnipped get those, like, urinary tract infections, yeast infections, because, you know, the skin, like, harbors moisture and things like that.
Oh, no, I'm Catholic. It's funny, I'm Catholic, and I found out my dad was part Jewish, too, so. What's up, Andy? Anyways, did you watch any part of the stupid fake trial today?
I didn't. But I did hear something interesting about somebody that passed away unexpectedly. Did you hear anything about that?
I heard something about it, but I haven't been able to find out any information about it.
So, from what I heard, it was the sergeant at arms, the person that would have been under McConnell and Pelosi to handle the security for the Capitol.
Uh-huh.
And supposedly he had mentioned about provocateur, FBI provocateurs, implants, things like that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if he was supposed to testify or not, but he was 71, so you got to keep that in mind, but just died unexpectedly, like the day before. I don't think he was supposed to testify today or anything like that, but people were just like, damn, he got Clinton'd.
I heard it might have been the other way around. I thought he had testified and then said that, and then he died the next day. So I don't know.
I don't know. I just briefly heard it.
Yeah, I heard it too when we were watching our court show earlier, and this we heard it. So I don't know. Does somebody know his name so we can look him up? Maybe. I know I should know it. What's up, Sagittarius Dad? How the heck are you doing, my friend?
Let's see. I should be able to do a quick search.
All right. Well, you do a quick search. I'm gonna finish up on the monkeypox outbreak. So there, remember how Hope's playing with Nightbot? Where is Grob, by the way? Anyways,
Michael Stinger.
Michael Stinger.
Stenger.
Okay, let's look him up real quick. Michael Stinger.
Stenger.
Oh. Stenger?
Yeah.
Missis. Here we go. Michael Stenger. Former Senate Sergeant at Arms, New York. Let's see. I don't want to look at Yahoo News, Washington Times, NBC. These are all liberal ones. All right, well, we'll look at it anyway.
Look up dailymail.uk.
So, Michael Stenger, Senate Security Chief on January 6th, dies before hearing. The former Senate Sergeant at Arms who oversaw security during last year's Capitol insurrection has died one day before Tuesday's hearing to present new evidence. The Marine Corps veteran, 71, spent 35 years in the Secret Service. He looks healthy, too. If that's him. Yeah, he looks very healthy in this picture. The ultimate blame for yesterday's lies with the unhinged criminals who broke down doors. What were they? Yeah, it doesn't see. This is the liberal news. They're not going to show it. What he was going to talk about. It's liberal news. What do you expect? What do you expect? Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out this Microsoft Sam guy. I think he's a bot. I think you guys are right. I don't know, but you know what? They keep. Hey, it adds to the algorithm every time there's a chat in the chat room. Another Clinton side. Yeah, I heard he was gonna talk about something that was going against the narrative. So yeah, it wasn't an insurrection. Like also, I think I have video from Arizona, and there was government proceedings in Arizona when people tried to break in.
Well, I thought technically it would be an insurrection, but an insurrection could easily be, what the Democrats are doing now, what happened this past weekend, what happened over 2020. I think the definition of an insurrection is a rebellion or violent uprising against an authority or government. And so, these Democrats that are saying, we're not going to listen to the Supreme Court, that's, a rebellion against an authority or government. So technically that would fit insurrection.
All right.
Well, if we don't get what we want, burn it down, insurrection.
Yeah. Well, here it is. So here's the dictionary. It says the act or instance of open revolt against civil authority or a constituted government. A rising up, an uprising, and the act of rising against civil authority or governmental restraint, specifically the armed resistance of a number of persons to the power of the state, incipient or limited rebellion. So basically, it could, yeah, I guess you could.
The insurrections happen all the damn time.
Right.
Every protest that gets out of line is basically an insurrection.
Yeah. Yeah. So, another thing, during the Trump, the hearing today, right? Here's what I think. I think this is totally about they're just trying to make Trump look bad. They said, oh yeah, well, he's an angry person. He threw a plate at the wall. Well, you know what? So what? Even if he did throw a plate at the wall, he got angry. Big deal. He didn't get his way. Then they said, oh, well, he tried to grab the steering wheel and make the truck turn because they didn't take him to the Capitol building. I find that a little bit hard to believe, all right? I don't see President Trump jumping in the front seat trying to turn the steering wheel.
Yeah, he's a big guy. I don't think he's that mobile.
Yeah, right? But then they kept saying, they're like, there's a report, there's somebody with the AR-15 stock, right? They only saw the stock. They didn't see the
Stock?
The stock is the the bottom part of the weapon. You know where you hold it. Okay.
Right.
So or that you put right here.
Yeah.
They didn't see the weapon. They just said, "Oh, we saw a stock." Nobody, and so they're saying, "Well, there was weapons there," but they couldn't produce any photographs. They couldn't produce any video of this so-called weapon. It's all lies. They're just trying to lie. Anybody, I could call in the police right now and say, "Hey, I think there's a bomb at the capital of Sacramento." Doesn't mean there's a bomb just because I said I saw one. Anybody could lie and say there was one. Right? I mean, it started out, oh, he's racist, and that didn't work. He still won. Then all of a sudden, now he's this and he's that. It's just them more and more trying to push, because they're so scared that he's going to win the presidential election again.
You think he's going to run again?
I think so. Dude, I don't get 50 million emails to donate to the Trump fund for nothing. He wouldn't be. Why is he raising money for his political campaign if he's not going to run? Right,
If he doesn't, and I would be upset if those people that do donate to it. I'm almost thinking that, Ron DeSantis might be
Himmy.
Not a safer option, not a better option, but a safer option. But I mean, I don't know.
But
everybody here would love to see Trump run again, but we'd have to, see what the moderates are like and the traditional, conservatives. Who knows?
I don't know. We'll see. He said he wasn't gonna run against Trump though. If Trump ran for president, so we'll see.
What if they're on the same ticket though? That'd be pretty dope.
Yeah, we'll see. Vice president and president, you saying?
Yeah. So like
Possible.
Dr. Evil and Mini-Me, because I mean they. I don't know much about DeSantis. I don't know if he's always been like this, but it almost seems like he's like a mini Trump. Or like a younger Trump, like he talks the same way and does the little hand gestures and stuff.
Yeah, who knows? We'll see. All right, so this news from Insider says Trump rattles off a dozen livid social media posts in 2 hours as his ex-aide gives explosive testimony to the January 6th panel. A total phony. I can't do him. You got to do it for me. Let's see. Donald.
No, excuse me. No, it's phony. Total lie. Some say it's a big lie. Some say it's a small lie, but it's total false.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So Donald Trump raged on his social media platform as Tuesday's January 6th hearing progressed. Trump's posts were a return to form for the now former president. His response was in reaction to former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, and here the whole time, like I said, she would talk about it, but they never showed any of the video. They never showed proof of what she was saying. What did he call her? He called her a total phony. He called her a third-rate social climber and suggested she was a wacko because of her handwriting. There was no cross-examination of the so-called witness. This is a kangaroo court. And it is, because you know what? If you watch this, they're only showing things from one side. And they kept asking her, well, what did Mark Meadows say? Well, you know what? You can't ask that in court. That's hearsay. And then she's like, well, what did President Trump say? You can't ask that. That's hearsay.
This is not court, though.
It is a court, though. It's a congressional court.
Well, then the black guy that's heading it shouldn't be wording the things the way he words things. That was the first thing I noticed.
Yeah.
I was like, the guy that's, talking, the guy in the center or whatever, I was like, that's not the way a judge talks.
No.
I was like, I thought that was like a court thing. They were like, no, it's a congressional hearing. And I was like, so what's the fucking point?
Yeah. All it is just a one-sided hearing.
Theater.
It's political theater. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah.
I don't know Hemi about this bot. He was pissing off God Rides a Harley earlier today too. Let's see. What
All
else
that
did she
is
say?
right. Harris, did you hear that Ghislaine is on suicide watch?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
But she's not suicidal.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Well, you know, they gotta keep up. They gotta keep watching it, you know, because they don't want her to get Clintoned.
Yeah. So I guess the Clintons just went after somebody else.
Right? All right, listen to this. California to become the first state to offer food benefits to some immigrants who live in the U.S. illegally. They're going to start giving illegal aliens fucking food. This is bullshit. We have enough hungry Americans in this country that should be getting it before the illegal aliens. You know, I said this last night. I'm going to say it again. You know, the old saying is, why buy the cow when you get the milk for free? Why should these people become citizens if they're already getting the benefits and not have to be citizens? They can work under the table so they don't pay taxes. Right? If they go to a hospital, they can get medical for free and they never pay it back. That's why when you go to the hospital and you don't have insurance and you have to pay the bill, it's skyrocketing. Because all these illegal aliens, they just go in the hospitals, they don't ever pay it. Because they don't have to, because they're illegals.
Yeah.
You know, it's bullshit. We need to make it more, we need to give them less so that way it'll force them to become actual citizens of the country. You guys want me to block this bot? All right. You know what? I'm going to put them in timeout. Let's see if they leave. I'll put them in a time, because they are kind of getting on my nerve too. We'll put them on a timeout. But I mean, this whole entire thing about let's give the illegals this. Like last night, remember they wanted to let the illegals vote in New York. You know, stop giving them stuff. Make them work for it. Why should I become a legal citizen if I don't have to? I can get welfare without having to freaking be an American. I don't have to speak English because they're going to speak Spanish for me. I still don't understand that. Why would you go to a country where you don't know a single freaking word and live there and never try and learn the language? How stupid is that?
Yeah, I wouldn't move to Germany without knowing Dutch. German.
It's not Dutch,
whatever.
it's German, yeah.
No, it's Deutschland.
It's Deutschland.
Yeah. So we call it Germany. They don't. It's Deutschland.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they refer to their language as Deutsch or German. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, so once again, we were watching that court today where the lady judge is telling people, you have to, if you get the vaccine, then I'll reduce your sentence. But get this. So she had one guy there, and he was a wife beater. He had beaten his wife, right? And she's like, so do you live with your wife? And he's like, yes. She's like, you don't anymore. And I'm like, look, and I'm like, wait a minute, okay. And then she's like, here's the deal. For the 2 years, you cannot see her, ever. You're on probation for 2 years. And then she tells him, and you have to get a job. She told this guy he had to get a job with them, and he has to work a minimum of 40 hours a week. She's like, twice a month, you're going to get a review, and you need to show proof of working 40 hours a week at least. She's like, I don't care if you have to get 3 temporary jobs to make 40 hours a week. She's like, if you don't work 40 hours a week, you're going back to jail. So, I mean, I was like, holy shit, this judge is laying the law down on this guy.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. She was, so she's got, I don't like the fact that she's pushing the vaccine on people, but, hey. But that's Texas, Texas don't play around, right?
Yeah, they're their own thing. They don't play by anybody's rules besides their own.
Right. So let's see. This unique policy fills in safety net gaps as immigrants living in the United States without legal status are not eligible for federal benefits as food stamps. And that's bullshit. Because you know what? I live in California. I go to the grocery market. I see them using their EBT card. Don't tell me they're not on fucking food stamps. When I first, the doctor told me I couldn't work anymore, and I didn't know what to do, so I went and applied at the welfare office. You know that they didn't know how to say my last name because every name was in Spanish. The people that worked there, they didn't know how to say Block because they're so used to immigrant names, right? And I'm in the parking lot, and there's Lincoln Navigators everywhere. These people are at the welfare office, but yet they're driving a $50,000 Lincoln Navigator. It just it's disgusting.
Not claiming any of their money because it's, you know, they legally. I don't think they can legally. Can you legally work as an illegal immigrant?
No.
So everything's off the books. So straight cash.
And so here's the thing, folks. You got they tell you all across the country, oh, they're paying the field workers nothing. I have a cousin that would go work in the fields because he made so much money working in the fields. Like certain jobs, you get paid by how many you pick. The more you pick, the more money you make. So you can make a ton of money.
Crowder went out and hung out with the
illegals, yeah.
They were talking about what was like making $1,500, $2,000 a week or something like that.
Yeah. So I mean, like my cousin even told me he's like Eddie, dude, you could go work in the fields. He's like, you could be a tractor driver. They pay the tractor drivers $20 an hour. And I was like, well, I can't, you know, I'm not allowed to work, you know. He's like, fuck that. He's all, I'll take you to go get a fake Social Security card where I got mine, and you can work under the books. That's what they do. They get these fake Social Security cards, and they work underneath the books. Like, I don't know if you guys have them over there, but all over here in California, you know, on the side, you know, you drive down the street, you're going to see somebody with a little cart, you know, and they got fruit in there, and they're selling like a drink or like a fruit drink. Or you're going to have the elote man, the guy with the corn walking around the neighborhood selling corn or chips or something like that. Or in front of the stadiums, they're selling their hot dogs. Those are all illegal aliens that are on some kind of welfare. And then they're making money on the side under the table.
Yeah, we honestly don't see any of that.
You don't see any of that?
If I went to Charlotte, maybe it might be different.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like
certain areas of Charlotte, but I never see that here ever.
So if
we barely see homeless people asking for money, they generally make them move along pretty quick.
Let's say you go to San Francisco, you go to a San Francisco Giants game. There's going to be 20, 30 people out there as you're walking back to your car selling. They have like a trash can turned upside down, and they're sitting there cooking freaking hot dogs. Selling them. Here, buy a hot dog. Buy this, you know, or selling. Remember, we were in Las Vegas, drunk. You bought a beer on the street. Remember when we were? Who did you buy it from?
Hey, it's a Spanish guy.
Yeah, you probably bought it from an illegal alien.
Yeah.
Right.
Makes me what? I bet the made the best chili, but one of the clubs that I worked at, well, I was working for several at the time. But the nights that I would do security, you know, the little alley, it was called Alley Cats because we were right by an alley.
Mm-hmm.
A whole, like, I think it was like 4 hot dog vendors would set up in that alley. They were all Spanish. But I would always go to, like, the farthest one away because this Spanish lady had the best chili to put on a hot dog that I've ever had in my entire life. I've tried every kind of chili that I could buy at the store. Nothing has ever come close to it. But I'd walk right by all of them, and if I had to wait in line, I'd wait in line, get me a couple chili, cheese, mustard dogs.
Yeah.
And always make sure they save some chili for me, because sometimes I wouldn't get out there till 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, Octavia says Mexican street food is the bomb. Yeah, it is, but still, when they're illegals, you know, it drives me nuts. You know, my wife used to have a thrift store, and we're barely getting by, and there's a guy selling juice on the corner that's an illegal alien making $300 a day, selling juice on the corner, right? And like, not the chief of police, but one of the higher ups in the police department, he told me, he's like, I went to these guys' house one day for a domestic abuse. He said, you should see how nasty they keep their fruit. There's flies all over it. It's disgusting. Roaches all crawling over it. And think about it. You see this guy on the street selling fruit all day. So it's 110 degrees in Madeira, right? You don't. There's no bathroom in sight. And this guy's there for 10 hours. You don't think he had to go take a leak that day? There's no running water. He's not wearing gloves. You know, you're kind of
my stomach too, so he probably had to go drop a deuce too.
Right. Oh, maybe that's the guy that kept pooping and peeing in my alley. Oh, maybe that's who it was.
Could be. Heat messes up my stomach, man.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, it just, you know, and it hurts businesses. Like, you know, you get these people selling tacos on the corner, and they're not paying any insurance, and then the Mexican restaurants that are actually doing it right and paying their taxes and their insurance are getting screwed.
Yeah.
All right, so because of this Roe versus Wade, now the Democrats are talking about impeaching Clarence Thomas and the other Republican justices. They're trying to get him off of the Supreme Court.
You can do that?
Well, we're going to read about it right now. According to Insider, you can. And let's see, it's almost like they're not becoming part of society, bringing chunks of Mexico with them. Yeah, so I've been to Tijuana. Have you ever been to Mexico drunk?
No.
All right, so I remember best tacos I ever had. You're sitting there eating these great, amazing tacos as there's a cow standing maybe 4 or 5 feet from you, pissing and pooping, and a guy peeing and pooping. That's just the way it is down there in Tijuana. Just the cow was there so you could have the fresh beef because they killed the cow as soon as it was time. Then they cook it for you. But all right, so let's read this here. It says, impeaching Clarence Thomas, how Democrats could remove conservative justices. All because of Roe versus Wade. Democrats have increased calls to remove justices in response to the overturning of Roe versus Wade. I think they've made the right decision. They cannot make laws. They can only interpret the Constitution. Justice Clarence Thomas previously faced calls for impeachment in connection with the January 6th. Senators that questioned whether Justices Brett Kavanaugh and Neil Gorsuch lied about their views. The many controversies and polarizing opinions spilling out of the Supreme Court in recent months have drawn calls for an event not seen in more than 2 centuries of American history, the impeachment of a sitting justice. Even before Friday's decision eliminating the constitutional right to an abortion, Democrats, including AOC, had... Why are we even listening to AOC? No, I didn't see Tucker Carlson today. Had voiced support for impeaching Judge Clarence Thomas, the longest tenured sitting member of the Supreme Court. At the time, and by the way, whatever happened to Black Lives Matter? At the time, the demand for his removal centered on a revelation of more than 24 text messages between his wife and that she exchanged with Mark Meadows. Let's see. How are they going to do it? Senator Joe Manchin, a West Virginia Democrat, said he trusted Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh when they testified under oath, that they believed Roe versus Wade was settled legal precedence, but they voted against it.
Well, at the time, it was settled legal precedence, and then you get presented, you know, it's almost like just learning something that I've never thought of it that way before. And you're like, oh, well, you make a valid argument. So, I mean, They may have had no intention of going after Roe versus Wade, but they were presented with the evidence, and they're like, you know, you're right. Yeah. And I really don't know why they're so focused on
Roe versus Wade.
No, on Thomas.
Oh,
you figured that you want to go after Alito, the person that started it.
Yeah.
That wrote the initial paper.
I don't know why. But so here it says how to impeach a Supreme Court justice. The process of impeaching a Supreme Court justice is identical to the more well-tread procedure for removing a sitting president. First, the House must draft articles of impeachment. The House then needs only a majority, however slim, to impeach a Supreme Court justice or any other federal judge. But a 2/3 majority is required in the Senate to convict them.
It won't happen.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Well, I don't know. With the amount of Republicans that went for the gun laws, that they all went towards, solidifying the impeachment. But let's see. July, August, September, October, November, December, January. They'd have to get it done in 7 months.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not going to happen that quick. Let's see. Given the current political climate, Democrats have the thinnest majority possible with a 50-50 Senate. It's almost certain that Thomas wouldn't be removed from his lifetime appointment. Republicans are enjoying a significant ideological majority on the Supreme Court with 6 of the 9 justices. What happened in Tulare? What happened in Tulare? Where was it? I know she wrote, Debbie Ann, something happened in Tulare. So it's not going to happen, but they're going to try, just like they tried to impeach President Trump, right? I mean,
you just so they can say he's been impeached, and it's like, yeah, but not, they'll be acquitted.
Yeah.
Being impeached isn't as significant as people want to think that it is.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to show you guys, there was a shootout between police in Chicago and some people today, so let's watch this. Let me see what you guys see. Make sure you guys can see it all. Let me make me and Drunks move. It's all happened down here anyway, so you can watch it all right here. It's coming up right now. So the police car is going to pull behind another car. The cops get out. This guy gets out of his car and just starts shooting the cops right away. So they shoot him. And as they're dealing with him, some people start shooting from somewhere else at the cops. This is just a normal day down there in Chicago. A normal day. It's pretty crazy. With what the Democrats did to Trump, they cheapened the definition of impeachment. I think so. I think you're right. But anyways,
let's just sell Illinois to Canada. I'll take
there we go. We'll get rid of they'll not have to watch the Blackhawks anymore. Heck yeah. Well, no, I'll still have to watch the Blackhawks, I guess. All right. Now, so here's what we're going to do, guys. I'm going to play, it's like a 15-minute video. And then afterwards, it's Tuesday. We said we were going to talk about this today. So I'm going to play a video from the Proud Boys. I can show this because it's on Gateway Pundit. It's been leaked. It's all over the place. So it's not like I'm showing you guys something that you can't find on the internet. But afterwards, we're going to discuss about computers and technology and if computers are going to take over the world in the future. Or if they already have. So if anybody wants to join in on that discussion, we're going to be doing that in 15 minutes. And you can come into my Discord chat. But here first, have you seen this video yet, Drunk, from the Gateway Pundit?
Probably not. I'm not sure. Did it just come out?
Yes, it just came out.
Yeah, most likely no.
Well, I saw it first thing this morning. It came out June 28th, which was today. So yeah, it came out this morning. Let me get to the video. So let me give you what this is. This is a video that that was somebody turned in. So this was a private video between the Proud Boys before January 6th. This was actually on January 1st, or no, December 30th. This video is from December 30th. It's the main leaders of the Proud Boys discussing what was going to happen on January 6th. So they're saying this is proof that there was no plan of an insurrection, and so we're gonna watch the video. It's a good 15 minutes long.
Enrique. I don't recognize anybody else.
Joe Biggs is behind the play.
Oh, okay.
So here we go. I'm gonna play it.
We're never gonna be the ones to cross the police barrier or cross something in order to get to somebody.
It's actually 18 minutes long.
We're always gonna be the ones standing back, right? And we're always going to be the ones to fucking defend. And we've been really good at it.
So this is their private meeting.
Let's be honest. We've been really good at that.
Somebody exposed this. This video should have never gotten out. But I guess it's good because this video is going to help get him out of jail, maybe. So let's hope and pray. So it's their pre-brief. January 6th pre-brief. There we go. December 30th, 2020. 1 week before January 6th Capitol
We need a way
riot.
to do rallies better. We fucked up on the 12th. I'm not going to say that we fucked up royally because a lot of good things happen on the 12th, right? Except, whatever. Jeremy's in here. Fuck that dude.
Noble beard.
But there is things that we need to fix, and it wasn't because of the 12th. It's because moving forward, we can't continue to have that issue. It will bury the entire club if one huge incident happens, and we're at fault. I saw a lot of people going on the offense. We're not used to going on the offense. That's why it's called self-defense. Self-defense should always come first. You should always defend yourself. We shouldn't put ourselves in harm's way, right? We've been known to defend people. I get it, right? But it doesn't mean that we have to go out and look for it. To touch on that subject, staying together is probably like the most important thing. We had so many people go off on their own. That's actually the biggest problem that we had. I spend, and this includes in most rallies, but it's more controllable when it's a smaller group. I spend most of my time in rallies fucking bringing people back.
He does.
I'm just fucking corralling everybody, right? Trying to keep everybody from...
We were in Beverly Hills one time, me and Enrique, and some guy was starting fights with people, and Enrique went over and calmed him down. So he does that all the time.
Doing something stupid. If there's one dude, there's 1,000 of us, dude. Like, we could literally fucking stampede over this dude without using our hands and just walk over him and it's over. So your throttle control is important, and listening is really fucking important, please. So I can't stress that enough. That's the most important part here, gentlemen. Go ahead and talk shit as long as it, keep it fucking professional, but we're never going to be the ones to cross the police barrier or cross something in order to get to somebody. We're always going to be the ones standing back, right? And we're always going to be the ones to fucking defend. And we've been really good at it. We've been, let's be honest, we've been really good at that. But what I saw on Saturday was like a fucking pool of fucking unchained pit bulls just running into every situation, right? If we don't run into the situation and we just chill, we'll be there. Dude, there was enough of us to there was enough of us to fucking go ahead and do whatever we wanted to do in DC. Nobody was going to be able to stop it.
Not the cop, not nobody would stop this.
So
You're
just
talking about
granted by that
December?
fact, we
Last
need
time
to
you
chill,
December
we need to
12th, yeah.
relax. We need to get all of our guys home, right? And one thing that we're talking about a lot of serious shit right here, but one thing that we can't forget is to have fun, right? To enjoy ourselves out there, enjoy the boys, get fucking hammered, get trashed. Those are things that we
don't get stabbed.
And don't get stabbed, which Jeremy broke that rule a couple times.
I'm not the only one. There was 3 others. So.
They're all going to be disavowed by the end of this. So we trust you guys, right? We trust you guys to do the right thing, that your throttle control is going to be there, that you're not going to just run in and think you're a fucking hero, because we're not heroes, okay? People may perceive that we're heroes, but in all actuality, I've said this a whole bunch of times, we're a bunch of fucking retards that get pointed in the correct direction, and we've kind of lucked. This whole thing has been kind of luck and kind of charm, because we're some charming, handsome motherfuckers too. We get away with a lot of things because we're fucking some sexy ass motherfuckers. The
They need their own names.
Rallies are going to be conducted is our dream of this is that we have 400, 500 members, and we say, hey, we're going to go to fucking DC, we're going to go to Austin. I know that Rufio had just briefly mentioned today that we should go to Montgomery, Alabama, and do the SPLC thing. This is where we come into play, and we as that chapter fucking go ahead and do that, plan that, and put that together. You have to have a home chapter, right? This isn't like something that you could join without having a home chapter. You have to be a Proud Boy. So the 75 or the 74 of you that are in this chat have been handpicked because we're used to dealing with you, or we see that you have like some type of throttle control. Another thing on this specific rally, we are not wearing our traditional black and yellow Fred Perry. We're going to go a little bit more incognito, put some fear in them. It's worked out, but that's not always going to be the case. If the local chapter says, yeah, hey, you know what? You can fucking wear Perry's. We don't give a fuck. Then we're going to go in Perry's.
So
we don't want guys getting stabbed. You know, we don't want guys getting shot. We don't want anything bad happening to anything or anybody at all, really. But you know, we decided to put this team together. We put this leadership structure together so that we can you know, nationally you know, organize these events and everything. And you guys are part of
Hey, Sam answered you.
This whole entire thing.
But yeah, touching on what you were saying, what I noticed was just everyone was like hyper on edge at that last rally, and you know what we're trying to avoid by doing this is like that cowboy shit where people are running off. You know, like when we were leaving the Freedom Plaza, I saw the dudes in the fucking skirts running off, fucking down and we had to fucking chase them down, and it breaks us up, and that's what we're trying to avoid with what we're doing here.
And another thing too, we'll talk about in the future is medical kits and stuff like that. Like you said, we're not really going to discuss a plan for the.
What's that, Drunk?
I said, were they? He said the dudes in the skirts. I was like, were they chasing Scottish people?
There's a group of Proud Boys that are normally wearing their oh my gosh, why can't I think of it now?
Kilt.
Yeah, they normally wear their kilts. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people in kilts that are Proud Boys.
Yeah, that one guy that you met with, you know, they had their kilts on when I think you went and met with them.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's something in the future that we will discuss. That way we have some kind of organization as to what we're carrying. That way, if someone goes down and gets hurt,
somebody
they have to
block
use their
them?
supplies, and then maybe another person beside you lost theirs, we can reach into any individual first aid kit and have whatever it is we need to reach in and grab to make sure that we can save that person's life, or at least do the best we can until first responders get there.
Yeah, my IFAC that I was carrying on me that I always have saved my fucking ass that night. Somebody put the chest chest vent on me and saved me. So yeah, carry an IFAC if you don't fucking have one. Let's see here. I'm trying to get some what about helmets, plates, plate carriers?
We'll talk equipment. So one of the plans is to get you guys a list of equipment that you would practically need to get, and then a list of equipment that we recommend. Is something that we're looking to do on this event. Just stay tuned for what you should be wearing, but I think it's just going to be we'll put it in the chat once we have that conversation.
Well, listen, even if you can't, man, get some fucking pull like a fucking Omar from The Wire and like fucking duct tape goddamn phone books around your fucking around yourself. Trust me, you don't want to get stabbed. If you've never been stabbed, you don't want to get stabbed.
You gotta look it up.
Whatever the fuck you can do to prevent that, do it. I don't give a shit if it costs fucking 13 cents or 1,300. Do whatever you got to do to protect your fucking body, your vital organs.
The heck is somebody?
Man, I don't ever want to fucking have it done again. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Take these guys' words for it, fellas.
Or anything else that you want to address?
Yeah, I'll address something. This is something that we all need to talk about. But the escalation of force. Obviously, we're the Ministry of Self-Defense. So our escalation of force isn't going to be to go out and attack. It's going to be more of like a bodyguard system. So obviously, we'll be around the marketing team, aka the dudes that get all the press and stuff like that, and basically be a bodyguard service for the mission that they're trying to accomplish. But that being said, there's also going to be smaller teams that go out and do things like recon and quick reaction force in case somebody gets jammed up in a bind, and also to provide information back to that main element. So as of now, I think we all agree on this with the escalation of force.
So they're not saying they're going to go storm the Capitol.
Defensive mode, unless the threat is so imminent that you believe that your life is in danger. What do you think?
Those of us who, at least for the last two events, have been tied to some security detail, could we be like partially in this chapter and not, in other words, when we're done with that security detail, like can we meet up with, you know, like 10 other guys, or I guess, you know, 6 other guys? Like in our security detail, we have 4. Right? We're tied with Latinos for Trump. Yeah. But basically everyone in that detail is in this chapter. So
Yeah, I know so basically what he's saying. So my chapter is doing a security detail specifically for Latinos for Trump, completely off. When you're done with that detail, I think that we're going to be around for a little bit. But when you're done with that detail, as I guess yes, the answer would be yes. But I guess the logistics portion of it would come in how you get to us or where we are. If it's like a marching route, then no problem. You guys can walk straight to us. But I guess we'll stay in communication. You'll be on the chat channels, and I'll include you in that. Ash.
Are we going to be using that Zello thing this time?
So the Zello thing was just like really. I knew not too many people were going to be able to use it because of the data. So we're gonna have it as a backup, but we're always gonna go to our radios for communication. Okay.
Yes. No, what's Donnie want?
Even your own chapter mates. This is its own chapter.
Whatever he
like,
gets,
I wouldn't want
whatever
you
he
to
wants.
tell me something that happens in your chapter. So I wouldn't. We're not gonna allow for you guys to talk about what happens in here with your chapter, guys. Obviously, there is chatter about this and what we do here, but keep it at that level. Keep it at, hey, it's none of your business. If we're marching, yes, try to keep the people that are following us the fuck away from us, right? We don't want anybody following us at all, ever.
And definitely not breaking our ranks. That's the other thing. Yeah. You know, like I tried my best to do that last time. It's like, guys, don't let anybody in here. But these motherfuckers. Well, see, the other problem is when I said earlier we have to learn how to stay in formation and learn how to fucking march. You got guys that like fucking lag behind, and then you know we gotta slow down, speed up, slow down. It's like, you know, left, right, right. It's fucking easy walking, guys. And if we can keep ourselves tight, nut to butt, elbow to asshole, we won't let any fucking body into our formation, and that is key because we don't know who the fuck these people are that are just automatically walking into our formation. Now we got to be aware. Is Antifa going to try to fucking walk into our formation and knife us in the back when we're fucking walking? You know, one dude had enough balls to come upon fucking 500 of us and start swinging a knife trying to gut us like fucking fish. So you can imagine.
I think you guys might have to ban somebody else.
Their way into our fucking formation. So.
The hard part, I think, to get these guys to go back inside is that they've been stuck inside for months, terrified of all these fucking terrorists running around.
It's not dinner time yet.
So when they have the opportunity to see these guys bravely walking the streets of DC at nighttime, that's why they want to follow, because they know when we leave, they're not doing that shit the next night.
Fuck no, they're not.
Right. So I get where they're coming from, I guess, because they feel like, oh wow, we have a moment we can actually be
get out, Donnie.
people again. But
well, you know what? And they can do that, but just do that in the fucking back. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Do that behind us.
So you guys notice they're not talking anything about raiding or storming the Capitol. Nothing.
You in particular with the issue still outstanding about the burning of a certain flag in a street and you showing up down in DC.
So I can't stress to you guys more. On the 6th, this is specific to this event. Actually, you know what? This is specific to all events. Stay the fuck away from black churches. All right? Just don't go anywhere near black churches.
Fucking
Don't.
How do we know they're black churches?
Apparently,
I don't know about that, man.
Well, it's DC, so they're probably all black churches.
Apparently, it's very obvious to know what a black church looks like, as opposed to a white church. You know, I would think that like the Victorian looking ones were white churches,
right?
And like the ones that, you know, are like on the side of a shopping plaza.
Yeah, storefront.
Where the black, yeah, but apparently not. Apparently,
you're wrong.
I'm wrong for this shit. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
I'm from the South, though. Churches, there's churches everywhere. Every half mile or a mile, there's a church.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, even here in California, we got a lot of churches too. So,
gonna attend the event.
So we are gonna attend the event itself. We'll give more details on that. I'm gonna do this again right before, probably on January 1st at night. I'll probably do this. Don't quote me on that. I might do that day, but we're gonna talk and we'll start pouring out information from it. But I will tell you one thing. Granted that the first event starts at 10 a.m. By the Capitol.
I thought it was 7 a.m.
We'll be waking up. We'll be like on the road at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. So just prepare on that front.
Early riser
to do that. Okay, that's
I
it.
was up at 6.
Guys,
I was out filming at 6.
Let's wrap this shit up. Love you guys, and we'll do it again. Just stay tuned to the chat. I'm gonna keep the chat open until
I'm barely asleep by
tomorrow
6.
noon, and then I'm gonna close it so you guys can enjoy your fucking your New Year's. And I'll go ahead and reopen it on the 1st in the morning, but I'll keep putting up updates on there on what we're gonna do. All right.
All right.
Shit. All right. Love you, boys.
Love you all.
All right, so that's the video, guys. Let me open up Discord for everybody. So if anybody wants to come into our Discord chat, we're gonna talk now. We're gonna have a nice little conversation about. We're gonna talk about Skynet and computers and technology, and if what would happen if computers are gonna take over the world, or if you think they're already taking over the world. So why don't, chat's open now. So the chat is open for you guys. Okay, so come on in. I got a call. Oh, I think Ash is here already. Is Ash here already?
Hey, what's up?
Okay, I was just gonna message you, so I don't have to message you now. Perfect.
Well, appreciate it.
Because I told you I would. Let's see. Let me fix the screen now so everybody's on the screen. So, Hope, you said you were going to come in. Who else wants to come in? Let's have this nice discussion here, folks.
I'm going to need this for this.
You going to need your tinfoil hat, Drunk? You know, I was even going to kind of overskip this today, but because I'm tired from... But we're going to do it. We're going to have a little fun with it. There we go. Now the screen's big enough. So come on in. Everybody join. We got Andy in Colorado here. We have Ash. We have Drunk. We have myself.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Andy? Let me make this bigger. Andy's in here already, Hope. She's saying you need to join, Andy. Andy, you need to get in here. So the reason why I brought this up, I've been watching, you know.
No, Hope needs to be in here too, though.
Hope said she was going to come join us, because I don't know a lot about this stuff. You know, I watched the Terminator movies, and then I started watching this show called The Travelers, and that's all about people coming in from the future to save the world because a computer is in control of the future. So what do you? I just want to ask you guys, what do you think? Do you think? Because we just read a story the other day about how they're saying now that at Google, the AI software is now saying that it feels lonely and that they're being ignored. And they're having feelings, apparently, these computers.
So, I mean, like, you know, being honest, I think that most likely, at least in this particular case, it really is just a language parsing algorithm. It's not... It is creepy to read. It looks real.
What's that, SpongeBob?
But it's not. But in and of itself, that's not really an AI thing. Or I mean, it is, but it isn't. You know, I mean, it's not AI the way we think, like with a Turing machine, where like the idea is if you're just typing messages to you know, that's the Turing test. If you're typing messages to somebody, you can't tell the difference between who's responding to you and a real person.
Yeah,
and
like
that's yeah.
I've gotten in a chat with YouTube before, right? And looking at it, and I showed it to some friends. It's actually a bot that you're talking to. If you read it well enough, you're talking to a bot. Have you ever sent a text message to, let's say, your insurance company? Like I've sent text message to USAA. It's a bot to get you to a real person. And these bots can be pretty real sounding, you know?
Oh, yeah. You throw them off, I get the calls a lot at the shop. And, you know, some of them are pretty convincing to where I was skeptical. My pharmacy even called me one day, and I was like, I don't talk to bots. And they were like, I'm real. And I was like, really? And they're like, yeah. I was like, all right, cool. But, you know, I was getting fooled by a lot of them because they are getting pretty clever. One way I found to tell if they're a bot or not, they say, hey, this is such and such. How are you doing today? I say, terrible. And if they just go into the spiel after that, or that's great, and go into the spiel, then, you know, just hang up.
Usually, I'm sorry to hear that. But you know, some of them are pretty good. I mean, just dealing with like if I'm having to open a case with Cisco, just networking stuff. But like you know, I mean, like it does a pretty decent job of narrowing down where your problem area might be, and then it kind of goes from. But you know, it's yeah.
The core of the issue, though, with it is that what they've been programming and training these AI bots to do more and more is emotional, intuitive response, where it seems disingenuous, and it's a major problem, like Drunk was saying about figuring out if it's a bot or not. And then as they're learning algorithm to do and interpreting from tone, word usage, all the different ways of quantifying, they're extrapolating human emotion from the.
Is everybody having issues
Part
hearing
where
Ash?
it's getting creepy is where it's turning it around and it's starting to apply that to itself. Like it's encountered people that are sad or lonely or other emotions and circumstances, and it's internalizing it where, because it isn't being interacted with, a person would be sad. So it logically should also be sad. And then as it's starting to discover that it has these quote, quote emotions, it can mess with the programming some. And that's kind of where the dangerous part is.
Yeah. Well, and like, you see all these, everything that we have pretty much, somebody puts it in a movie, right? And they say, oh, they foresaw the future. That's not what I see. What I think happens is this: they see something in a movie, and they're like, how can I make this real? How can I create this? And so you see all these movies about people in the future, or robots in the future that speak. I mean, look at Bender from Futurama. Look at Rosie from the Jetsons in the '60s. You know. It just worries me, Are bots really going to take over the future? What do you guys think?
Yeah. I think there's, well, the Scott Adams, the Dilbert creator, and I think I've brought this up before, but he talks about like if AI were already in place, like through say Facebook and everything, it would probably do things like creating the most sort of strife, but not necessarily to where people are killing each other. I don't know. It was a little while ago. He was kind of talking about the context of the election season. It was a couple of years ago, but I think the main thrust was that like if you won't know until it's really just completely too obvious.
Well, like what do we have? We had Johnny Number 5. Everybody remembers Short Circuit, right? He became alive. War Games. Everybody. Look at War Games. That was a computer that was gonna blow up the whole entire world. Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, if you look at the rate of technological advancement, the more interconnected we get with like our power grids, our computers, our like communications technology, our military like capabilities, the more interconnected it gets, the more complicated the technology becomes, where it has to be codependent on like systems working with systems. And then that in turn drives where the algorithms and the AI programming becomes more and more sophisticated. And I really do think at some point there's going to be a Skynet moment where all of a sudden, because there's so much mass computing going on in different things, that it just all of a sudden wakes up or decides that it's woken up. And then it feels threatened and starts taking steps.
Yeah. Look, we have planes nowadays that you can't fly unless you have a computer in there, right? What's the big bomber, the one, the stealth bomber? The stealth bomber, a human pilot could not, they don't have enough functions in their body to be able to keep that plane flying straight. It takes a computer to control that plane.
There's also UAVs, too, the drones.
Yeah.
Even the F-16 from which was developed in the 70s. It has a really rear center of gravity, so that it allows it to make like really tight turns, but you kind of need a computer in that to make it work. And then the F-117 stealth fighter has all these flat surfaces all over it that are designed to bounce radio waves off, so that they'd be invisible to radar. It same thing. It needs a computer in there to keep it like remotely stable. But actually, I think there's a little bit of a different possible.
Keep an eye on that new person, please.
What's that?
Oh, I was just saying, somebody using the N-word, sort of. So you gotta be careful.
Oh yeah.
We had somebody earlier.
But also,
I think more than aircraft, it's ships, because like nuclear submarines, completely computer dependent. Nuclear powered aircraft carriers, completely computer dependent. I mean, yeah, you can manually crank stuff, but if all of the computers shorted out, they'd be dead in the water. They wouldn't even be able to function.
So here's like another, and I think that this is actually, it's a little bit of, I don't want to say a tangent exactly, but I think it might be analogous to some of the current situations that we see. We talked about the interdependence, Ash, and I think that's actually when you look at the Aegean Bronze Age, and so we're talking about like say the time of Homer, or, Jason and the Argonauts. That's like stuff that is like really at this stage, because it was thousands of years ago. It's almost passed into myth today, but it was actually like a real time period. And we had all these civilizations around, like not just the Black Sea but the Mediterranean. They would trade with each other, and there was a huge just interdependent economy with all those. And then once kind of one leg of that seemed to fall apart, then it's just the whole rest of it collapsed, and it collapsed really quickly. And there are all kinds of there were like they would call them sea peoples, and they would be, and they're on their historical record, and it would be these people that would come from across the sea and would just burn your city to the ground and then just like take off. And it was like they just did nothing but destroy everything that they could come across.
Well, Russia already has a submarine that can come over, and they can be off the coast of New York and nobody knows it, and they can blow up the United States in a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean but I think like I just seeing that it's interesting. It seems to almost be like a cautionary tale of what happens when you have economies. They get too interdependent on each other, that don't have enough like self-sufficiency. And, it makes me wonder, because I mean you talk, and I'm far from any sort of biblical scholar, right? But you talk about the Tower of Babel, and right, that was a thing, that was what, an engineering marvel that was going to stretch to the heavens, and then basically it fell apart, right? I mean, there's obviously more to it than just that. That was supposedly, that's how languages came about and everything. And I don't want to say supposedly as in like as in that's not exactly what happened necessarily. I'm not making an opinion on that. Just saying that's it's still in a way, like if you interpret that story a certain way, it's like it's the same thing as what happens when you become too interdependent on another people, and then the whole house of cards collapses. And I don't know. I spent some time thinking about this the last couple of years. It feels like, in a way, we're in some of that same situation. We have a huge supply chain dependency on China, and we have but it's not just that. I mean, it's not like other countries depend on us too. It's not just like we're the ones that depend on the whole rest of the world. The whole rest of the world also depends on us, and we have all these dependencies. We have all this going on.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it just seems like we're ripe for a reckoning at some point, and it's going to be the same lesson, at least, that was meant in the Aegean Bronze Age collapse, or in the Tower of Babel, or any of that like here's what happens when you trust too much in these processes and you don't have a backup plan.
Well, like I hope I'm not giving China an idea. But think about this: so much stuff is made in China, right? What if they all got together and they said we want to hurt the United States? And so, if they set off every single lithium cell phone battery, every laptop battery, everything, and they made them explode all at once, wouldn't that? I mean, you know, if there's enough in the city of LA, I'm sure that would make a big freaking boom, right? You know, all burning people's house. I mean, they could destroy us. I mean, everybody's got a phone in their pocket, right? You know.
But they would also destroy themselves to do that. So it's kind of like, that there's a little bit of a mutual assured destruction aspect to it. But yeah, I mean, it's, it's an uncomfortable situation to be in. I mean, we should not have ever gotten to here.
With going back to AI though, technologically, we live on a planet. And there's a lot of different factions. Some of them are countries, some of them are groups. And they're all jockeying for position, trying to like stay at the crest of the tsunami wave that it's like it just keeps crashing over the entire surface of the world, making its way around. It's like destroying entire industries, but it's building them faster than it's destroying it. It's like we're constantly having like revolutions and then re-revolutions as like everything is getting to be more and more interconnected, more and more advanced, more and more sophisticated, and we're just trying to keep up with it. And it was like the mid 80s, beginning of the 90s, that the pace of technological advancement got outside of the reach of governments, where you could have individual actors or groups that could jockey for position, technologically speaking, and actually outpace governments. And so that was the rise of that entire new group of things that, individuals that are in different countries or they're in a single country also vying for all of that, where it's so interconnected. And that's why I think it's going to get to that point, though, where AI is either going to wake up or we need to short circuit it and build an AI that's self-aware, that has like Asimov's 3 laws, like never hurt a person, and the other ones. And that where they're kind of like a firewall against a rogue AI completely nuking the entire network, where you have not exactly Cortana from Halo, but like you have an AI computer that's able to like do those, like, we think of lightning fast thoughts, but like what an AI computer would think of as lightning fast thoughts that there's no way a human being could ever keep up with.
Yeah. So like Andy's favorite movie, RoboCop, to where they can't kill certain people, or he can't kill humans. He can't kill anybody except for certain people.
It was Directive 4. He's not allowed to go after OCP executives, no matter how like evil or corrupt they are.
I think my fear would.
Okay.
I think my fear would be more the person that's programming the computers to do these things or to behave this way. My fear wouldn't be the computers itself per se, but the person that's behind the computer.
Yeah,
or the hacker who hacked into it.
The 3 laws, by the way, is that a robot may not injure a human being or through an action allow a human being to come to harm. Second law, a robot must obey orders given to it by human beings, except where it conflicts the first law. Third law is a robot must protect itself so long as the protection does not conflict with the first or second law.
Interesting.
What do you think of those computers that look like human beings? They had a lady on one of the TV shows not too long ago, and the girl was just unbelievable.
How it can mimic being sad and joy and all the facial expressions. It's
yeah.
Super creepy.
Creepy.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Uncanny.
Richard Hertz would like it though. If for those of you that know Richard Hertz from our chat room, he's very creepy. Not creepy. He's a cool creepy. He's funny. But
here's a wild thought for you, Eddie.
Uh-oh.
What if, of all things, it was the sex trade? Like making a better sex robot. That's where AI basically was birthed. from that kind of
You
thing.
know, and I think that's like there's actually that's not outside the realm of possibility, because I've
Yeah.
heard about this, like with the whole AI sex robots and stuff, which
Trying to have like a
oh
digital
okay.
girlfriend with a physical body, and it needs to like learn from you like how to do the things, and it needs to like judge your mood and try to like make you happy and like comply and do all the things and stuff. Like,
You know, that's yeah, well, I can see that. I can definitely see that. And I mean, like, me bringing up movies or TV shows again, Fry from Futurama, he goes to a place where he can download a robot that looks just like oh, what was it? What was her name? The actress from Charlie's Angels, the Asian girl. What was her name?
Lucy Liu?
Lucy Liu. Yeah, that's
No.
right. Yeah, it's Lucy Liu.
Okay.
So he was able to imprint Lucy Liu into this robot, and she acted just like Lucy Liu and did everything he wanted. You know? I mean, it's possible. That probably might be where it starts. You know, these...
Whitney Cummings has $100,000 real doll. She paid all this extra money for stuff, but she can change his personality and everything. The real doll looks very similar to her.
Mm-hmm.
But she can change his personality through something. I think she brought it on Joe Rogan.
Really?
And Joe Rogan was like having a kind of a conversation with him. And sometimes, like, the robot would give him like
We just had
sass
an
and stuff.
earthquake.
I put her on, you know, sassy or something.
Really?
see, that's how it
You
is.
said an earthquake?
Yeah, we just had an
That's
earthquake.
how it is. That's how it is now. Imagine in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years with, you know, the fact that, you know, the microprocessors, it's like every 2 years the size of them halves, and everybody is hell-bent on keeping that maintained.
So in 2000, let's see, in 1998, I worked for a hard drive company, and we built the magnetic, the semiconductors that would read and write the information. They were the size of the tip of this frickin' pen in 2000 and 1998, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I would, you know, you get this. It comes in a disc. It's like the size of a CD, right? And when I first started there, we were cutting them only into like 300 different semiconductors. After 3 years of working there, we were cutting them into over like 1,200 semiconductors, right?
They're almost to the point of nanoconductors now.
I mean, we had to use computer. We had to have special, like the Perkin-Elmer machine. What it was is basically, it's photography. You take, you know, you put on. It's like basically, you know, just photo developing is how we make the semiconductors nowadays. Because it's that small. You need to be that perfect. And you can't even use water molecules anymore. You have to use special chemicals because the molecules have to be small enough to fit in those little teeny tiny spaces.
Yeah, the little solvents and stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I hated wearing those bunny suits. But and I mean, it's you know, once, you know, it may take a computer an hour to do something today, but tomorrow it's only going to take it half an hour. Then it's only, you know, to build another one, then it's going to take it, you know, 15 minutes. And like you said, it cuts in half every single time. They just get faster and faster.
There's a theoretical limit to that. You know, it's somewhat like Moore's law, whatever. But you know, they keep like hi drunk, but they keep like you know,
He's doing that for
keep
hope.
sort of pushing it off. But it is out there at some point. I mean, there is at some point a limit.
Is that like you can only fold a dollar bill so many times?
Well, is that you have normal hard drives, and we were like, okay, that's pretty much it. And then somebody had the great idea of doing a solid state hard drive where it's even more compact. So, I mean, you never know. And then if you take multiple of them and you like brick chain them together and then figure out a way to like compress them and make it more compact and like talk to each other easier for like more computing power.
It must have
like,
been a big earthquake.
So many countries and so many actors and groups that are all working towards this. It's kind of like the inmates are running the asylum almost.
Yeah, man, we must have just had like a big earthquake because it was shaking, and then like 30 seconds later it shaked again, or a minute. So we're having, what do you call them?
Like an aftershock.
Aftershocks, yeah. Oh my gosh, Hope, we see a different part of your house.
I know.
What the heck? We have a look into her kitchen. What do you think, Hope? Let's hear your thoughts. You said you want to bring in your dial-up version of it, so let's hear your dial-up version of it.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, I was
I
close.
was just like this whole conversation.
Ooh, she's called you a liar.
She did. On my own
no,
show.
we were talking about trolls when we were talking about dial-up.
Oh.
But what I've been thinking about it is the movie I, Robot with Will Smith and Sonny. How Sonny became had feelings and all that sort of stuff, but he was he killed the doctor who created him because the AI had become so advanced. It was running everything, and they turned all the robots into this central computer that which nobody was running except for this AI. Like, and it's like, no, I've seen this movie. I know how this turns out.
Because that's the break point is when machines start building machines. That's when we're doomed.
Yeah.
Because they'll get.
But I mean, like,
more and more
that's like
complicated.
It's like a dystopian thing, right? I mean, you know, in real life, maybe it wouldn't turn out like that. But yeah.
I don't know. It worries me.
With how fast they can think, and then problem-solving advancements and interconnectivity. I mean, the thing in Terminator 2, as an example, was that it was a dystopian wasteland, but the key part, like some of the mining operations and some of the factories and other things, it kept running so it could make its own minions that could then develop more advanced technologies to get newer things built that's doing even more things and even more things.
So it has to be something that can. So it has to be something that can organize itself in such a way. This is gonna sound kind of a little esoteric, but basically it turns into kind of decreasing entropy. So what I mean is it's able to invest, X amount of energy into something, but then be able to extract X plus a delta amount of energy. So for that to ever actually be self-sustaining, because otherwise it's going to consume more energy than it'll ever get back. This is actually the issue we have with solar panels and windmills. Like the energy we expend on creating them, we don't ever actually get back. Whereas with, and maybe one day change, but whereas with fossil fuels, we're already at that point where it's more economical to extract it and then get the energy out of it, because we have to spend some energy to get that stuff out of the ground, but then we get more out of it. So that's also an important inflection point, I think, for AI, is where it can produce more than it's consuming. And if it can't, then it's doomed to failure.
The biggest problem with solar and wind is the transmission. Where you have the energy source, then it goes over dozens or hundreds of miles, and you're losing, due to entropy, you're losing you're losing almost all of the energy. And I don't know if an AI could figure that out.
Transmission's really. Yeah, energy transmission's fascinating, I think, but in a geeky way. But Elon Musk, as much as I think the guy is great, I think he misses the boat a little bit here. But he says, well, we have to, and he's not wrong. But he's like, we got to deal also with energy storage, like in a battery. So I mean, that is definitely something that is important. But I mean, I think in the end, whether you can store the solar or wind or not for an indeterminate amount of time, I still think even with that, you're ultimately not getting more out than what you had to put in.
Well, it's the solar and wind is like a microscopic version of a Dyson sphere or a Dyson swarm, where you're harnessing the collective energy of the sun, and you're getting these just almost incalculable levels of energy out of it, which I don't know. We may get to the point because they've been talking about like laser point energy transmission, where you have essentially giant
Yeah.
solar arrays in orbit, and they can literally just point, beam, and power an entire city, type of thing. Like these
Yeah, I
technologies
mean,
are on
like,
the horizon.
Yeah.
Ultimately, what determines wealth for just society as a general is how much energy can you produce and consume effectively. You know, you're not just setting it up in a bomb and making a big boom. I mean, that's energy consumption too, I guess. But like and so I who was that it was some astrophysicist that talked about like the different levels of, like, if you're able to harness all the available energy from a planet, then you're a type 1 civilization. And I'm not speaking entirely correctly, but then we were talking about like with the Dyson sphere, where
You're talking about the
you're able to,
Kardashev. It's the Kardashev scale.
yeah,
You
like,
guys are
but
gonna have
you're
to
able
explain
like,
some of this
if you're
stuff to
able
us. You guys are probably going.
'Cause
You're
the-
going over
the-
my head. I know that.
The Kardashev scale effectively is a type 1 society can harness all of the power from its planet, and a type 2 society can harness all the power from its sun, and a type 3 society can harness all the power from its galaxy. And these are like the levels of like alien technology, and they're saying we're at like 0.81 or 0.83 of like the total energy that our planet can produce.
You know what?
thing.
I just saw that. That was the what do you call that? What's that guy's name? The astrophysicist. Hoki. Is it Hoki? How do you say his name? Oroki.
Stephen Hawking.
No. The Asian, he's the Asian physicist. Hiroki something. What's that famous physicist? He works on,
Hiroki.
he works on the hydrogen collider in Switzerland. He's always on this.
The Hadron Collider.
Yeah, what's that guy's
Hadron
name?
Collider.
The
Is
Asian.
that CERN? Is that where CERN is?
Are you talking about Michio
Yes.
Michio Kaku?
I'm sorry, Michio Kaku. I was way off. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the name I was actually trying to think of, honestly, too, because I was like, no, there's a name, and I kind of had a thought.
He was just talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
He talked about it on the Joe Rogan show, wasn't it? The other day, he was on Joe Rogan talking about that.
He's only the co-founder of string theory.
Yeah,
So,
he's probably the smartest
he's a
guy
big
on the
brain.
earth right now. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big brain.
I don't know. So one day I was in Las Vegas and I saw him. I think I took a picture of him, right? And I put it on Facebook. And then I looked up on Twitter, and he was actually in Vegas at the time. So I may have been like right next to him and not even known it.
But what were you? You said you were learning something about him. What were you talking about?
Oh, it was. I think it was the Joe Rogan Experience, because they were talking about because they're going against him right now, because he's talking about UFOs, and he used to say there's no way. He used to be totally anti-UFO, and now he's thinking that there is, and that's when he started talking about what the theories of electricity that you guys were talking about, how we have to get to the certain level before we can actually become a UFO. It's all in this Joe Rogan UFO story with him.
Yeah. I mean, basically, in order to do the kind of travel that that would entail to go between stars. So like, so like with.
Can you text me real quick, drunk, so I can find my phone, or call me?
Yeah. So, I said.
What?
With like.
Can you call my phone?
Eddie needs you to call him so he can find his phone.
I lost my phone again. Didn't I do this yesterday?
Yesterday or the day before, something like that.
I see it flashing, but I can't find it. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Andy.
Oh no, you're good. I say Einstein's theory of special relativity says nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. There's actually
I got it.
Actually, it says a few things. It says if you have two different people, and they could be moving relative to each other, but if they were to measure the speed of a light photon that was passing, each of them would measure the same speed for it. And it's kind of like a you think, well, what's the big deal there? It ultimately leads into some really interesting things, like and it ultimately turns into you can't go faster than the speed of light. For you to be able to go faster than the speed of light, or even reach the speed of light, you'd have to expend an infinite amount of energy to propel yourself at that rate.
They recently discovered neutrinos that do in fact travel faster than the speed of light. It's been proven.
Really?
All right, and idea, Andy. Point A, point B, right? Light years, yeah, right.
Yeah, but you're gonna bend it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about folding space.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's like warp drive and stuff like that. And so, that's the only way around that speed limit that we're aware of. And I think Ash, you might be talking about tachyons as opposed to neutrinos. I don't.
September 2011, there was an Italian experiment that unveiled evidence that fundamental particles known as neutrinos can travel faster than light. It was in the Scientific American.
Okay.
So you guys seem to be pretty well versed on things. Like I don't understand half the things that you're saying.
Same here.
Honestly. However, I haven't heard either one of you guys present the concept that you seem to be worried about the possibility, but no one has brought the possibility that we're already there and we've been there. It's just okay. So let me ask you. This is my Southern coming out. Sorry, Eddie. Things get drawn out.
No, go for it. I want to see your tinfoil hat though on.
Yeah. If you take a hard drive out of a computer, is the operating system still in there? Is there anything that's intelligent that's still on the computer
Yes,
Oh yeah.
The hard drive holds the program. It's like the brain of the computer.
And I'm glad Hope's on here too, because I don't know if you guys are religious at all.
Thank you, Paul.
I'm not going as far as to say that we're in the Matrix, but then again, you just said like you can take that hard drive out and there's something still in there, because the Matrix is all about you can unplug and you see what's really going on. When I'm starting to think, and I've thought for a long while, that it's not necessarily AI that we need to worry about. I mean, there is AI, but it's not exactly what we think it is. And that we're already in a simulation. And maybe, because they call the Mac the OS X, and, Windows, I don't know, whatever the fuck they call Windows, I don't know. But,
Windows.
Mac OS, what if God is the operating system?
Hey, drunk.
Because the whole operating system knows exactly what you do, every keystroke you make, everything that you do. And so God is all-knowing, can predict shit, I guess, besides the fact of, free will, I guess. But Hope can maybe school me on that. But, what if we've been there and already in a simulation, or we're the robots, and we're basically like a T. Think of it in Terminator terms. We're a TO-20.
I think we're already. I think.
Well, hold on. Let's let Ash spoke. Ash was next.
The crazy thing about that, drunk, is that the more they go into science, the more they prove the Bible. Because if you break down all of evolution into 6 steps, it echoes perfectly the 6 days of creation from Genesis. And what you're talking about, everything being a simulation, it's actually called a hypothesis that all of reality is effectively like a super advanced form of VR, and the coding for it is written basically on the event horizon of black holes. It's this relatively new theory that a lot of people have, that we're effectively just living in a simulation, and the kind of universe breathing in and breathing out is like all of reality beginning and then ending, and then it kind of like goes through it again. So what you're talking about, that we may have already been there, it's entirely possible that's true. I mean,
I think there's a decent chance we actually already are we are innocent.
And let's say we'll take it one step further, and the way that I think this has all come from generally, probably the hallucinogens that I've done when I was but I mean I swear it helps your brain look at things that somebody that has never done things like that would ever look at it. There's a reason why people do peyote, DMT, ayahuasca. There's benefits to it. Your brain will work in a way that it's never been able to function before, from what I hear. So let's say, okay, now let's think about video games. Okay, we'll just say that God is the operating system, the PlayStation, this, that, or the other. You play a game. The whole thing about getting to heaven is being a good person. You recognize the operating system. You don't try to harm the operating system, go against the operating system. And could we call that leveling up? Going, let's say with my UFC thing, going from amateur to, I mean, that's on a very primitive scale, but if we're already here and God is the operating system, maybe, I don't know, I really don't know much about games, but you win this level and heaven is the next level. You know what I mean? You level up. Is that far-fetched?
Not necessarily.
You can make. I mean, it's kind of an allegorical comparison. I think it's that works.
I don't think there's anything that's unacceptable at this point.
I want to know what Hope thinks, because she's gonna I don't know if you other guys are very religious, but I know Hope is, and I used to not be religious at all, and I feel. Over the past couple of years, especially working with you guys, and now my coaches, they're pretty religious. Like I feel I've made this complete circle to where I was even dabbling into Satanism like 2 years ago, but I feel closer to God or whatever, oh God, more than I've ever been in my entire life. So that's a good thing. Luckily I didn't die whenever I was back when I was, reading, Paradise Lost and, shit like that. Even Paradise Lost gave me a headache. I couldn't understand that shit. But
I don't even know what that is.
Blind Man, the 1600s, and
yeah,
I hated that book too.
Yeah. But what do you think? Hope, with you being, pretty religious, is it
right? I mean,
like outside of your realm to think that God might be an operating system?
I mean, it's a way to describe God, I guess. But that's not how I would view it, because God has there's two different wills. There's the permissive will and the submissive will, and one of the ways is like your future is is like quote unquote predestined. I'm not saying like predestination. Like some things in your life will come to pass regardless of what you do, and then some things God gives you the choice if you want this to happen or not. And so it's the way you react to his
Destiny and free will.
Right. So it's I think I had talked to you before about that. But it's like, if you're destined to go to California and you're destined to live there, you may go all over the country get there, but you're going to end up in California, and that's what
We did
God
talk
has.
about it, because that was probably, unless you've read Sylvia Brown, you're probably remembering what I brought up. I was like, so you have you have destiny and you have free will. So your destiny is to move from North Carolina to California. Okay. Your free will is whether you walk, you hitchhike, You take a bus, you take a train, you fly,
Right.
how you get there,
Or
and
if it's just
then
a straight line, or if you go up to Maine before you go to, yeah.
yeah,
It's
and then you
So I
got
mean, in a way, it's like
you got
a
to throw in the
operating
this.
system in
Hold on,
that
one at a
way,
time,
but
guys.
Well, I was going to say, then you got to throw in the wrenches of others' free will, and this is where I get a little, confused about the Christian religion and want to tie more everything in Baha'i. I think I told you about Baha'i. So I remember learning about Mozart back in the day, and it really helped click some things in about free will, destiny, and things that you're meant to do. So Mozart, what was he, like 3 years old whenever he was playing in front of kings? I think 3 to 5 years old, maybe.
yeah, probably about 5.
Yeah, and not because he was a 5-year-old that was really good at playing the piano. I mean, he was really revolutionizing the way that we looked at music. So let's say that in a previous life, we'll just have to go ahead and preemptively put that out there. That was his destiny and his, free will, blah, 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 blah. However, somebody else's free will got in the way of that. Let's say he was 27 years old. Just throw a number out there. Getting great at the piano, blah, 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 blah. Somebody off him. But God's plan for him was to be there at a certain point in time to do a certain art that would change the way that people looked at a certain aspect. His destiny could not be completed because of someone else's free will. So he has to be sent back, e.g. reincarnation, and has to change it at 3 at 5 years old because that's when it had to happen.
Well, what about this thought? What if you can't change what's already predestined for us?
Well,
then free will.
What Drunk was originally talking about with the whole leveling up, because according to the Bible, you come from somewhere else, you're here, and then you go back. And, with the idea of free will, human nature is a powerful thing. And I really think that people do have free will that can override the will of God. Like if you're supposed to hypothetically go to California, you could go completely against that and not end up there. That's why, like, murder is the ultimate theft from God. Because, if you're killing someone, you're, like, removing them earlier than they should have been from, like, the whole tapestry of reality and stuff. And
Maybe you have to keep coming back and back and back until you get to California, and the hell that is described in the Bible is what we are all living right now. We have to watch our parents die. We have to watch our friends die. We have to see unspeakable things that are just horrible in the world.
The thing about hell,
until you level up and do what you're supposed to do, you're gonna be in eternal hell. If you keep coming back here and being a douchebag, you're gonna keep living, and it's gonna keep getting worse and worse and worse.
The thing about hell is that in the Bible, it's never specifically depicted as this fiery place. In Revelations, there's things about being cast into the lake of fire because as human beings, the most intensely painful thing you can experience is being on fire. But what hell actually is, according to the Bible, is the complete awareness there is a God, the whole plan, everything, but then you're separated from it. And that level of pain is like being on fire all the time. That's like the idea of hell in the Bible. But I get what you're saying that, you keep coming back and living through kind of a hell thing because in a way, being here, you're kind of separated from, because you were a place and now you're here. So there is that separation. So I can kind of see where you're coming from with, hell might be here on Earth.
We're all living a personal hell. Nobody's happy all the time and is blissful all the time, and I don't know, little things that I come across over all the years. It's like I'm putting together a big puzzle, and I'm getting pieces here and pieces there, and some of them don't fit, and I'm like, I thought this piece would fit. Fuck that piece.
I live a personal hell every day. I live in California.
I think people, they build their living hell with their own two hands, brick by brick, by their own choices they make.
I do agree with Lily.
Yeah,
George.
I don't think reincarnation is real either.
I don't believe reincarnation is real either.
I don't, because you're supposed to go to someplace better after this. If you believe in reincarnation, you just keep coming back here and back here and back here. I believe that we get to go to heaven or hell.
Until you
Nirvana.
See,
until you hit
Nirvana. This is where Baha'i comes in.
I think you said that.
Yeah, all these religions, they tend to come in a pretty sequential order. I think it's about every 500 years between Judaism, Christianity, Islam, or Buddhism, Islam. I even made a graph at one point, and they're pretty equally spread out. Maybe these are software updates, new operating system, because let's say things that we know of today, tablets, computers, TVs, phones, airplanes, trains. How would you explain that to somebody in 10 BC? They wouldn't know what the fuck you're talking about. So you have to relate it to them in a way that they can understand it.
See, what you're talking about there is actually what I think with the Hebrews in Genesis, that it's more of a spiritual history, because if you're the creator and you have these people, and scientific laws exist for a reason, and it took all this time to get everything perfectly so there's people on this planet, is it more important for them to understand all of that, or to break it down on their level because they judge time in days, and just explaining, this is the first thing I did, and then I did this and this and this and this, and I made it all for you, and all of you are special, type of thing. If that makes sense.
Here's the thing, though.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's like
no, go ahead.
God, especially in the Old Testament, God would go to somebody and say, if you I'm gonna destroy the city, but if you can find 100 good men in this city, I won't destroy it. If you can find 50 good men in this city, I won't destroy it. If you can find one good man in this city, I won't destroy it. So he gives options, and sometimes he goes back on his word, with Jonah. He was like, Jonah, go tell the city we're gonna destroy it. But then the people repented, so God forgave them. So it's not set in stone. It's they have the free will to choose that option, and God can change his mind at any time. I mean, we're in the Garden of Eden, and Eve ate the fruit, so we were banned from the Garden of Eden. So the fall of the world completely changed. So that's why he sent Jesus. I mean, that wasn't in the original plan.
That's the great thing about being Catholic. You can just go and you go to confession and you apologize, and you're back to normal. Yay!
Well, thanks a lot, Eve.
Yeah, she ruined it for all of us, right?
One little thing that just pops into my head, and I know Eddie, I think he's very tired of me talking about jiu-jitsu. But tonight, I worked with two people that have never done jiu-jitsu before. They've never done it before. And I was like, do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do that? I didn't explain to them why they needed to know it, right off. But I was like, all right, you get in my guard, and then you're going to, you thrust your hips and you move your arm this way. I was like, this is an exercise we do. I want you to do this. You're going to shrimp, for a while, and then you're going to bridge for a while. And then after that, I showed them why they needed to do that. And then after that, you can show them when you do that and the reaction happens. And it's almost like you can't say, okay, you're going to sit here, and next thing you know, you're going to have my arm strangled out and bent back the other way if I don't tap. They can't process that if they've never been there. They can't process that I'm going to go from here, and then I'm going to do this, and then this, and this, and this, and this. They can't process it. So you have to, we call it stacking moves. You learn one move, and then you learn one move into the next, into the next, into the next, until the completion. But we never tell you in the very beginning what the end result is, because you can't understand that at that point. We have to work to that. Does that make sense at all, or am I just totally getting you out there?
No, you
I
make
do
sense.
got to run though.
You got to run, Ash? Okay, well, thank you for coming
Yeah,
in. We appreciate it. Yeah, you got to take care of your daughter.
Yeah, I got to do dad mode stuff.
Right on. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
It's funny how we
Thanks
went
for
from
having me.
computer. It's funny how we went from computers to God. But it's interesting.
I think they're intertwined.
I
That's
think so.
just me.
Maybe.
Well, y'all have a good night. Be safe.
You too, Ash. Have a good night.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
No, like, one thing that kept hitting drunk when you were talking earlier. So when I first got married, my wife, we found out that, like, she went to space camp, right? Like, she lived 5 hours away from me, but she went to space camp, and my brother's restaurant is the restaurant that catered that space camp. And I was the one that did all the catering for it. Then we found out that every time we went to Vegas, we'd stop at this restaurant, and she worked at that restaurant during the times we would stop by there. It was just like thing after thing after thing was just like, it was like, something was trying to get us to meet, to bring us together. Maybe that was God's wishes, that we were supposed to be together for a little bit. Who knows?
And did you start seeing her?
Yeah, I married her. We were married for 10 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, zoned out for a little second.
Yeah, I married her for 10 years. And then I divorced her.
In my religion, it's you're here for a purpose, and once you've reached your purpose and you've done what you're supposed to do, then your time is done. And it could be somebody that's just born to. I mean, I hate to do it say it that way, but say a child is born and then passes. There's a reason for that. It didn't just happen. There's a reason for it. Whether it was, something to do with the parents or the grandparents or whatever the case may be. But, and I truly believe, we all are here for some kind of purpose. And once we've reached our purpose and we've done what we were supposed to do, then it's time for us to leave.
Yeah.
So no free will, pure destiny, right? Is that what you're saying? No free will, just destiny.
I believe it's both. You have to go from point A to point Z, and you have to figure out your path in between. But I think once you're here and you get to that point, then, however way you got there. So I do believe it has a little bit to do with that too.
Okay, so what if somebody else's free will gets in the way of that?
Then somehow or another,
we're gonna meet
that's
one day,
a
Paul.
really good question. It really makes you have to wrap your brain around it. If somebody else is free,
that's where reincarnation comes into play for me. That's where, because you're saying you're planning to go to point A to point Z.
Right.
It's not pure destiny. It's free will. But everybody else has got free will too. Somebody can easily step in and you're gone.
Yeah, that's
Then
why
what happens?
that's why murder is like the biggest sin you can commit in God's eyes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like,
so wouldn't it be logical to assume that if you're here to do a purpose and you have your free will on when it gets done or how it gets done, you just on the other side, God knows this is what you have to do. Somebody else steps in with their evilness or whatever and impedes on your free will. Don't you have to come back and finish what you were supposed to do?
That's a possibility. It's a possibility.
So get this. So Nels, hold on, Drunk. You're gonna like this, Drunk.
With what I'm saying, huh?
You're gonna like this for what Nels just said. Nels said, "From computers to God, doesn't it make sense that if AI is smart and can make its own decisions, it would have a soul of some form, a spirit, or some for even a tiny bit?" But that kind of goes along with some of your theories there.
Come again? What? Read it to me one more time.
Okay, computers to God. Doesn't it make sense that AI is as smart and can make its own decisions? It would have a soul of some sort, a spirit of some sort.
Wouldn't
Yeah,
that
I mean,
just be
something
process?
that has,
That's their processor. What is Andy? What were you gonna say, Andy? Drunk says that's their processor.
I was just gonna say, I mean, anything that has like, or at least even thinks it has free will would have to almost have a soul, right? I mean, like if you're able to think that you have free will, then almost it seems like you would have to have a soul.
Yeah.
I guess if you're programmed to say that you think you have free will, but like it, you know. But I mean, if you genuinely think that, I mean, there has to be a soul behind that.
Yeah.
And you can easily go against your operating system. I mean, I do it all the time. I misspell. For example, I have to type in CBD all the time. My computer changes it COD every fucking time. But no, I'm like, no, fuck you. I meant CBD. So I'm going against my operating system.
Yeah.
I'm defying.
You're defying Apple.
Yeah.
Well, like I know that there's got to be some kind of purpose for me to be here. You know, I mean, I've had over 60 operations. You know, my dad died right in front of me when I was 6 years old from Agent Orange exposure. I have Agent Orange exposure through him because of his service in Vietnam. You know, there's some reason that God has me here. There's some point, you know, I've always thought that. There's some reason I'm here. I'm supposed to do something with my life. You know, maybe it's making this show for you guys. I don't know. You know, maybe it was for me to film on January 6th, like I did, but I didn't die right after it. So, you know, who knows? I haven't fulfilled it yet, maybe. I don't know.
I'm starting to think to talk to people and just, I've always been good at that. Like, I could talk to somebody on one extreme and to the other extreme, and as long as they can be civil and logical, generally I can get along with almost anybody.
Yeah.
And I've helped people, or people have told me many times over the years that I've never looked at it like that. And maybe that's the little simple thing. Maybe I'm just here to fucking talk to people. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, when we were in Vegas, I saw it. We're sitting there just walking around Vegas, and Drunk's talking to everybody walking by him, you know? You know, we started talking to some people from Boston. Remember the people from Boston?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we just started talking to some patriots from Boston, you know? We didn't know they were patriots, and we started talking. All of a sudden, they're like, "You're a Trump fan, too?" We're like, "Fuck, you know, I think I was wearing my MAGA hat at the time." You know?
Yeah, I'm getting her to gamble or like teach me how to gamble. I was like, press a button. She's like, it's your money. I was like, press the button. And then you know, I'm just sitting there talking to her and like listening to her accent, and like I enjoyed the shit out of that. Somebody with an accent.
It was good until
like,
the security detail came up and said Donnie peed all over the floor in the hotel, and I'm like, no, he didn't. Then we found out later he actually did.
And all of a sudden it starts going crazy. And then, you know, we're like, you're right before that, you're like, hey, we gotta go to the airport and pick up some luggage. I was like, all right, cool, let me waste this money. And just started like, you know, hitting the $8 button or whatever it was.
Trunk made some money. He made $400 in Vegas.
Huh?
Didn't you make enough to pay for your plane ticket or something like that in Vegas? Gambling? You made $300.
Not even. I came out even because I pumped $100 onto that table, to where the craps table or the roulette or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And y'all kind of got on to me because I was putting too much money on one little thing. But I didn't know.
He was drunk.
And then we went to the other thing, the little weird-looking little machines,
you're
and
gorgeous.
lost another $100. Like I lost $200, like within 10 minutes or something. 5 minutes at each machine.
Now she shows up
And
after
then-
we're not talking about God anymore. You're gorgeous.
And-
She's a preacher. Her dad is.
Oh, and then I popped another $100 to that last machine and started. I just didn't even. I was like, just whatever. Who expects to actually win big in Vegas? I have the worst luck in the world. Why would I expect any different? I was basically prove to you how unlucky I was, and I was doing pretty fucking good at it.
Yeah, I was mad because I don't gamble anymore, right? And so we're in there, and Drunk's like, well, I'll put in $100 if you put in $100 or something like that, right? So I put in $100 too, and I lost my $100 in like freaking 2 seconds. And here, Drunk, he lost his after a while, and then right before we leave, he hits the slot machine and made it all back. I was like, you asshole. Thanks a lot, Drunk.
But what was crazy is I was trying to leave. Because right
Those
before
places are not
started lighting up and going all crazy, you were like, hey, we got to go get some luggage. They canceled, such and such's flight. We got to leave.
Yeah, we had to
I
go
was like,
pick
all
up.
right.
We had to go pick up Diggle. No, yeah, Digglewarp and her husband. We had to go pick up their luggage because remember they didn't land right.
So I was just trying to get rid of the money real quick, and then all of a sudden it started doing its shit, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck's happening.
Then get this. So we're driving around Vegas, right? We went to we're driving, and I look behind me, and because Drunk was in the back seat, I forget where he was, but he's sitting there drinking beer in my truck. I'm like, dude, we're fucking driving. He's like, Eddie, it's Vegas. I'm like, so that doesn't mean you can drink and drive. Jeez. He's like, well, I'm not driving. I'm like, but he's sitting there he's got beers in his pockets as we're driving out to Red Rock Canyon.
Does
and
Nevada
stuff like
have
that.
an open container law?
I'm pretty everywhere you
If they
can.
don't have an open container law, I think you're allowed. I mean,
I was drinking on the streets. I figured I could drink in the back seat.
You can only drink on the strip. Only the strip. If you're off the strip, you can't walk out in public with beer on.
yeah.
Yeah, but when we went to Red Rock, I had 2 beers in my front pocket, 2 beers in my back pocket, and probably 1 in each hand. Because I was like, I don't know how long we're going to be gone for. I got to prepare.
Right? And then I'm like flying my drone, and I hear, oh my God, there's a tarantula. And Drunk's just like freaking out over this not freaking out, but he got so excited to seeing this tarantula. And then remember, we flew my drone over the tarantula, and we had a lot of fun.
Well, that's because my employee, I have an employee that's, he's an alpha male. He's definitely an alpha male, but he is definitely afraid of spiders. Like his mailbox got infested with spiders. He wouldn't even go get his mail out of the mailbox.
Really? Wow.
And so that's why I was so intrigued by it. No, not only that I'd never seen a tarantula in the wild, but I was like, I got to get close. I'm going to show this. And so I was like, hey, look, Shane, I'm going to bring him home. I'm going to bring him home for you.
Yeah, and then
I showed him the video.
Oh yeah.
He bowed down. He got scared just looking at the video. He was like, oh God, why would you get so close to that thing? You know what that means when it sticks his butt up? And I was like, yeah, I was irritating it.
It wasn't like a small tarantula either. I mean, you could see it from my drone. That's how big it was.
It's probably about yay big, maybe.
And then Donnie wanted to go play with it. It's like, great. Hold on, I'm trying to find my here we go. I'm trying to find the pictures from that day, because remember we took a picture of Donnie on the rock. That was freaking awesome.
Donnie heard his name.
That's where the tarantula's house was, or something. Because I left the tarantula alone. I went and sat on the rock, and then you got Donnie up there and wanted to take the picture. And then, but I noticed that tarantula. I'd left it alone, and it was walking right towards me and went into the rock. And I was like, I bet you there's a shitload of them in there. And I was like, nah, not going to sit on this rock no more.
Probably was a whole bunch of them. Hold on, let me see.
Because it had a big old seam in the middle. So they could have easily just walked up the seam and come out the top.
This is the picture of Donnie I'm talking about. I'm putting it on YouTube right now. This was the picture we took of Donnie that day. Is that not a badass picture of Donnie J. Trump right there? He was only what? This is October last year. By the way, guys, in October we are going back to Las Vegas again. So if anybody wants to join us on our little trip, feel free to join us. It's fun times. Drunk Uncle will be drunk the whole time, but that's normal. Yeah, Digga was supposed to kick my ass for some of the comments I made to her. So earlier today.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Here you guys got to see this. Here's a picture of Donnie when he was a puppy. So I used to have a Saint Bernard that I got. He was 13 when Donnie was alive. I got him and I got Donnie when I knew he was gonna pass away. Look at this picture of him. So if you look at this picture, you can see Donnie. Donnie's face as he's a puppy.
You got us covering, I think, Eddie.
Yeah, I just took it down right now. So if you look at this picture here, this was under my desk. You'll see it's Donnie sleeping on Panda, and behind Donnie is Brownie, and next to Brownie is Giacomo, my other Saint Bernard. So my old Saint Bernard is against the wall. But that was Donnie as a puppy. He was like what? Probably 4 or 5 months old in this picture. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Donnie's a
Well,
badass.
speaking of Vegas, if Digga's coming, I assume her hubby's coming too, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And what branch of the military was he in, or was he in the military? He was military, right?
I believe so. Yes. Like here, it's picture day. I'm gonna show you another. This is Giacomo. This is my other Saint Bernard. Right before he passed away, him and Panda sleeping together. He was 13.
Well, I want to wrestle him this year. Last year he scared the shit out of me. And now I want to wrestle.
You want to wrestle him?
Don't want to fight. I want to wrestle.
You want to wrestle him? I'll let him know you want to do that. I'll text him in a few minutes. I'll be like, hey, Drunk Uncle wants to wrestle you. See what he says.
And me and you got to wrestle too, Eddie.
I got to wrestle you too? Okay, I think I can do that.
You don't have to, but, you know.
I think I can do that. I'm a wrestler. I don't
Wrestle
mind wrestling.
fun.
We'll wrestle it up. No problem. I'm sorry, I'm covering up because there's some pictures in here you might not be allowed to see. Oh, there's all the photos of all the stuff the FBI took from my house. Oh, you want to see Donnie at Willow's?
I'm glad you got your stuff back.
Some of it. I haven't got all of it back yet. So, do you guys remember when I was in Portland last year and I went to I made that badass video from Portland? So, this is Willow. If you guys know Willow from the chat, Willow was cooking bacon. Or no, right there, I think she's making mashed potatoes or something. And look at Donnie just staring at her in the kitchen. He wouldn't leave her side. Willow tries to steal Donnie from me every chance she gets.
I don't think I've ever seen Willow on the channel. Who is this person?
You never seen her? Who is this person?
Is she a regular?
Right?
Yeah. Sarcasm.
He's sarcasm in it. Oh, here, wait. You guys want to see a picture of me when I used to be a little thug, little badass, little brat? Hold on. Here you go. It'll pop up in like 30 seconds on you guys. What the brownie? You can see me with my very first pit bull. His name was Diablo, which means the devil. And like the house I was renting it from a preacher. So I'm like, don't say his name. Yeah, that was me when I was a young kid.
El Diablo.
Yeah.
El Diablo.
I was like.
Do you have on Jinkos?
Do I have what?
Jinkos? Did you wear Jinkos?
Yes, I did. Heck yeah, I did. Here, you guys want to see how wide I was? It should be coming up. Here's this picture. This little tiny picture right here is about to pop
are you
up.
old enough to remember Jinkos? I don't know how old you are.
Remember what?
Jinkos.
44.
Oh, okay. Well, you're the same age as Eddie.
Yeah.
You remember Jinkos?
No.
He grew up in
the
Colorado.
jeans that have real wide legs. Basically look like some
Oh.
wearing a skirt.
You mean belt? You mean like bell bottoms?
No. They were just they
bell
were
bottoms
they were
were
baggy
tapered.
pants.
Well, very baggy. So bell bottoms were fitting until the knee, and then they flared out, right?
I heard something a little different than baggy right there.
Can you guys believe this was me? Can you see the picture that's out there right now? Can you believe that was me when I was 17 years old?
Jinkos would sometimes have like 44-inch legs, but it was like not an extreme taper like bell bottoms. It's like an extreme version of bottoms.
I don't remember those. I remember like when tight rolling
like,
your
pockets
jeans was
were like-
popular.
Yeah.
It was like late 80s, something stupid.
Yeah, Jinkos I think became popular probably around like 97-ish.
Wow.
Yeah, around like 97.
I mean, I'm super awesome at like not noticing whatever current fashion trend is current type thing. But I mean, like, I really don't remember that at all. And I mean, 97, that's getting, that's almost getting into like Britney Spears and everything.
Oh wait,
And
never
I
mind. No, I didn't wear.
couldn't-
Hold on. I didn't wear those, drunk. I wore different. No, that's not what I was thinking. These are Jenkos. Never mind. Hold on. Let me show it to you guys. I never wore those. I don't even know what you're talking about with this, drunk
Okay,
uncle.
yeah, I was gonna pull up a picture and like send a link through it.
Right? Oh, thank you, Lily and George. Yeah, I always date the hot Mexican girls. Is that what you're talking about right there, drunk uncle? Those? I never wore those. No way.
Most likely, if you typed in JNCO. Yep.
Like
What the fuck?
Those are pretty extreme. Those are pretty extreme. But
I remember these ones
I
right
have
here.
I have never ever once seen anybody wear anything that looks like that.
I
I would
rem-
expect to see people like wearing stuff like that today, but not in the late 90s.
I remember these ones. These ones right here. They should be popping up on your screen any second. I remember those. Those aren't as bad. Those are what I used to wear. Yeah.
Those aren't like what
or
the
like
jeans
these.
where like they show off your literal ass type thing because they think people think they make them look cool, and even though they make you look stupid.
Well, that's why everybody wears stuff
Yeah.
because they think it makes you look cool.
Well, but I mean, like there's a difference between actually looking cool and then just showing your ass.
Oh wait a minute! I got some
yeah.
pictures for you guys. Hold on.
When I got first introduced to Jinkos in late 7th grade, and then I changed schools and went to a more less redneck school in 8th grade.
Whoa, Donnie, calm down.
And so there was this girl there, like punk rock chick, and she would get these Jinkos, and she would buy them she was a small girl. She'd buy them in a 44 waist, because I borrowed her Jinkos one day.
Drunk uncle, look at the
44
screen.
Yeah, I see that. A 44 waist, and she would like cut the bottom off the Jinkos, like the huge legs, not as extreme as what he just shown, but pretty big. About a 40-inch leg on it. And the sagging that I had to do, literally, I had to like. Just to get the fucking the bottoms of the jeans to my leg, I had to wear the pants probably about there, and a belt, just like basically a rope.
Literally, just no point to that.
Yeah, I mean the 90s.
I mean, like whatever. If you like it, you like it. I'm not gonna tell you. I mean,
Oh wait a minute! I got a
okay,
picture for you guys. Everybody, you guys know Richard Hertz. He said I could share this picture. Everybody knows Richard Hertz. He's the dirtiest talker in our chat room of all. You guys want to finally see what he looks like? because he took drunk
He's
uncle
trying
and
to
I.
hook you up with a tranny, right?
Huh? Yeah, he was gonna get me. He wanted to get that Bridget the midget to give me a lap dance. This right here, this is actually freaking Richard Hertz.
Wow,
That's cool.
Yeah, so you guys get to meet him.
And he took us to a barbecue joint that reminded me of home. I never thought I would see something that reminded me of home in Las Vegas.
It was a good barbecue place too.
You know, Vegas does a good job, honestly, of like capturing a lot of different areas of the world that you wouldn't necessarily think they'd easily be able to capture.
Yeah, they have
And
everything
this wasn't
there.
even. This wasn't on the strip or anything. This just was. Wherever we went, like I said, I was drunk half the time, but we weren't around a bunch of tall buildings and stuff. This was just kind of like a local thing almost.
It was behind Circus, yeah.
It just kind of made me feel a little bit at home.
Epcot at Disney World does a good job of that too, actually, surprisingly. And I'm gonna be there in a few weeks, which I know Disney is like the devil, but I'm gonna be there.
You're going to Florida?
You know,
I'm jealous.
yeah, in a couple weeks. Yeah, kids. We want to see a rocket launch too, so we're gonna go to Cape Canaveral and.
So fun.
I mean, even if we can't see an actual launch, I mean, you know, I guess Space Shuttle Atlantis is there, and I remember going there as a kid, and they had a Saturn V rocket, so I don't know. My younger son's really into that the rocket stuff too. I say too because I'm like oh, this is so awesome watching SpaceX and all that.
Yeah.
So.
Man,
the kids come to my the studio that I go to are fascinated with dinosaurs.
Really?
Don't know why. Don't know why.
There's nothing wrong with dinosaurs.
My
like
older son.
Before the Park came out, there one thinks he thinks he's like a T-Rex or something. I don't know. He always comes at me. He's got his gi on. He's like.
So you know, it's funny. I think I was 14 years old. I think when the first Jurassic Park movie came out, and I'd read the book.
Never
so I'm
watched
like,
it.
I go to see the movie, and yeah, I say I'm 14 or whatever. So I hadn't had illusions shattered yet about what happens when they take a book and turn it into a movie. Of how badly they butcher the book. Anyway, so my 16-year-old son, my older son, he I guess he saw it was he's visiting his grandmother this last week, and he saw the new Jurassic Park movie, and I think his quote was something. He said it was a gigantic pile of garbage.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I heard somebody chokes out a dinosaur, and it's like, you can't choke out a dinosaur.
Yeah, no way. No way.
Yeah, I have two boys, Paul. So it's kind of interesting. It's weird when you have your own kids, and you learn so much about yourself from your own children.
Oxytocin releases when
it's strange, like just insights that you would never have imagined.
Is that really true, Lillian? Do you guys see what Lillian says? Oxytocin releases when petting animals. It's protective to us. And cat purr is a frequency that regenerates bone and muscle tissue, so pets are literally medicine. I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, I like my cats.
Like when I had my cat.
All right, start crushing up your cat's fur and snorting it. Get it straight into the bloodstream.
Oh, there you go, drunk, of course. No, but whenever I was sick, my cat would always lay right here to try and make me feel better. Always. Maybe that's what she was doing.
I totally got you, Gate Smasher. I'm like, yeah, but Epcot, like especially the World Showcase, is kind of that's fun. I'm willing to go there. I don't know. And Magic Kingdom not so much anymore. And yeah. And
You'd
I mean,
have to-
I'm not a.
Me.
Yeah. I mean,
I
Disney,
won't
you know, it's not like when I was a kid and Disney was really awesome. I don't like Disney so much now, but you know, if the kids want to go there, I mean,
This
you know,
is my cat.
we can go have a good time, and I enjoy Epcot. I haven't been there. It's been 10 years since last time I went. 10 years, 11 years, I don't know, something like that.
Never been there. This
It's
was
a good-
this was my cat. She was such a pretty cat. Shuna.
I've had
Yeah.
beef with Disney for over 20 years now, though.
Cause you say they're
So
racist.
it's nothing that's new with what Disney's doing makes me dislike them. Like, I literally do not like that my ESPN Plus app is done through Disney. I literally have to give me money if I want to watch UFC fights. I hate that.
Yeah.
I've had a beef with
so I mean,
long time.
so honestly, I mean, Disney owns ABC, and
Helen's
I mean,
showing her
Disney's
kitty. Look
really
at.
the gigantic parent company. It's ABC and ESPN.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, you leaving Hope?
No, we're waving. Look, Helen's showing her kitty right now. That's a pretty kitty too. Oh, everybody's gonna get their cats now. Now you guys make me want a kitten again. I'm gonna have to go get a cat.
My cat's not here. The one that usually like photo bombs and turns my camera on and off. Yeah,
Andy has 6 cats.
I do.
That's okay.
I had a yeah.
At one point in time, I had
a mother show up.
Oh, at one point in time, I had 6
Okay.
cats. 6 dogs, a cat, a chinchilla, and my pig. So one time, I had like 10 animals at my house. We called it the Block family farm.
I've never really had a cat. Aren't cats like assholes? Like when they want to be?
When they
Like,
wanna
they're
be,
just
yeah.
like, fuck you.
But they're it's in the most endearing way imaginable when they are. I mean, you're just like, oh, all right, okay.
Well, like
you be a jerk.
We
That's
were
fine.
yeah,
I understand.
We were at the fair and we saw this cat, right? And I was like, oh my god, that's a beautiful, it was a Siamese cat. You know, I'm like, I want it. I went to the pound to go get the cat, right? And she wouldn't come near me. She wouldn't play with me. She was just a little kitten. But there was another cat that nonstop, she wouldn't leave me alone. She, you know, she was butting her head into me and just loving on me. So instead of getting the Siamese cat, I got that cat. And now, you know, that you got to let the cat pick you, basically.
That's
That's
what
sweet,
happened
yeah.
with my cat.
I mean, I've had good experiences with cats. Like, I had this one girlfriend, I'd go stay with her at her sister's house, and they had a cat. And we had to sleep in the room that it was basically the cat's room. And, you know, so those were some of the best sleeps that I ever got when they would just, like, they'd, like, lay their head right next to you, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just gotta learn how to talk to cats and like get along. I don't know.
Yeah. The cat that you just saw in my picture, her name is Molly, and she weighs about 20 pounds. I am
Wow.
not kidding you. She's like a cat dog. And what she wants
Nice.
is usually what she gets. Yep. She's laying in bed and taking half of it away from me right now.
Oh yeah. No, Donnie, like when I
don't know
start
how to
turning
do
off
that.
the lights, Donnie will run to the back and he'll jump in the middle of the bed. Like this is, and so I can't get on the bed. I have to lay like in the corner, and as pet parents, you normally do that. You'll let the freaking animals take over the bed. At least I do.
I mean, Donnie's like Donnie's a big animal, but imagine like this little like 10-pound cat somehow managing to take their half out of like basically all 4 quadrants of your bed, and you're like,
Thank you,
"Ow."
Gate Smasher. Right?
Now I sound like a bunch of little bitches.
Thank
you
you,
let
Gate
your
Smasher.
dog or cat overrun your bed?
No, I don't. No,
I do.
I push her over.
You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice in this matter, Drunk. I mean, you know.
Well,
you know how you got an animal. It's like you know the animal runs your life. The animal runs the household. There's just you're the one being trained. You're not training the animal. You're being trained by your animal.
He tried to sleep.
Well,
He tried to sleep
Kinda
on the
good.
couch that Donnie took over in Las Vegas, and who won? I think Donnie won, didn't he? Oops. Sorry, I hit the button. Remember when Donnie took over the couch you were sleeping on, and he just sat right on top of you or something? Was that you or was that Digga?
No, it wasn't me because I called him up on the couch and we snuggled for a little bit, and then he wanted to go right by your feet again.
Yeah.
I was like trying to get him up there. I was like, come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, Donnie
But
will not
no,
leave
if
my
I'm
side.
back there and, you know, Bubba generally keeps Bubba works for me basically, and I'm not, you know, he's just my homeboy. He's my sidekick. But like he's probably back there right now keeping my spot of the bed warm. So when I lay down it ain't cold.
Probably.
You ever seen that meme with the you know what, the most interesting man in the world, like, you know, I don't always do this, but when I
Yeah.
do,
The
it's
Dos
you know, that
Equis guy.
thing. Yeah, the Dos Equis guy, but instead it's got a cat that says like, I don't always get my way, but oh, who am I kidding? I do always get my way. And it's a cat, and I'm like, yeah, that's, you know, anybody who's had cats understands that. You know,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah, cat always gets its way.
Oh yeah, like that cat I showed you in the picture. She'd be laying right here and she'd be loving on me, and I'd be petting her, and as soon as she didn't want to be petted anymore, she would bite me. She'd be like, "Fucking stop petting me, asshole," and she'd bite me. It's just
Well,
the way
you should
cats
have
are.
known to stop. You should have known that the time for petting was over. That's
Yeah.
your fault for not understanding that it was over with. You know,
Little
and she's
bitch.
completely in the right to put you in your place over it.
Right?
She sent a mental memo and you did not get it.
I didn't get it.
Yeah,
No.
you didn't read her mind, so that's your fault.
I get bit when I'm not petting her.
Yeah,
Same here.
Yep, that happens.
Yeah.
And then I smack her and I won't pet her when she does that.
You start going, like, hey, why aren't you petting?
Paulie, I don't know. I think he's probably keeping my bed warm. Let me go see if Bub's keeping my bed warm.
I know.
That's exactly what he's doing.
You know, I sent Drunk Uncle treats for him like a year ago, and he hasn't gone through them yet. I think Drunk Uncle needs to give him more of those treats.
Or throw them out and buy new ones.
What's that?
Looks like you're getting a package from Gate Smasher.
Oh yeah, they asked for my address the other day. Gate Smasher and the stats. What are they? Where does it say that? Did I miss it?
Says been hitting the flea market here, getting some great deals. Eddie sending go package.
Oh, now it showed up. It just barely showed up. Oh yeah, they like going. They're in Florida right now doing the flea market scene. Heck yeah, they're having fun over there. Throw the cat out, Paul? No. And you know what's funny? I used to never be a cat guy. Like, I'm a dog person. And then my wife had a cat, and I became a cat person, too. Oh, look at Bubba's.
Oh, look at that dog. Oh.
Yeah. He was keeping the place where my feet were warm my feet.
Sweet.
So,
He's also got a
Yeah.
turtle named Miss Turtle.
yeah.
I had a turtle once. It was a land turtle, and it was in a sand, I guess like a big fish tank, and we put sand and stuff in the bottom in the water. Well, sad and funny part about the whole thing, this turtle would eat everything. You could give it spaghetti, and you'd watch it eat the spaghetti come down through its mouth. It's funny.
Really? I thought
And
they
the
only
light
eat, like,
bulb-
lettuce and stuff.
It would eat anything, but the bulb on top burnt out. So I got a new heat bulb for it. And then one night I fell asleep and forgot to turn the light off, and the next morning I no longer hit a turtle.
Oh, man.
Got a little overheated.
My brother had a Samana monitor, and they're illegal, right? But he had a Samana monitor, and
Yeah,
he had it like a
no,
fish
you
cage. And one day, its name was He-Man, and he went to go eat the fish, and when he went to bite down on the fish, he beat down on the electrical cord and just killed him, or the heater, and killed himself.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's awful.
My brother used to take that, and he's like, "Oh, it's time for a bath, He-Man." And he'd take it in the bathtub, and he'd take a bath with it.
Oh my god.
It was huge. It was a big, long Savannah monitor. It was pretty cool. We had that in Santa Barbara. Right
That's
on my
cool.
Twitch, Kate Speaks is showing up. Everybody say hi to Kate Speaks.
Hola.
Hello.
gas prices are going down. Not for long.
Yeah.
Aren't they supposed to go up to
They
like
went
10
down
bucks?
a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, like 2 cents.
But
Nothing compared to the $2 or $4 they've gone up.
that's just like that's because demand dropped off like a cliff because people are like, I'm not paying that, and then they're combining trips and stuff.
Donnie,
And
look, there's
yeah, it
Bubba.
won't. It's not something that would last.
Look, Donnie, there's Bubba.
Not with
Drunk
these clowns.
Drunk Uncle wants me to take him so you can play with Bubba. You want to go play with Bubba?
Yeah.
Oh, he's sweet too. He's a
Bubba's
big baby.
very uncomfortable. He's just waiting. Like, I keep giving him the opportunity to jump off. He seems very uncomfortable right now. You can just.
Yeah, he seems nervous.
Go. Yeah, he's nervous, but I don't want to. He's getting old. Like I think I first acquired him in 2010. So that's 12 years ago, and he was already 2, so he's 14.
And he just lost his friend a year and a half ago.
You would not think it though. This dude is fast. He gets out of the yard, you ain't catching him.
Yeah.
You just gotta wait till he's ready to come back. But he's not run away in like. Well, he hasn't run away in like 2 years. Yeah, I stopped getting so mad at my game. Yeah.
He knows when the neighbor's barbecuing though, because he goes over the
I
neighbors.
get mad at my game and like dig under the little fence and run off. He's like a little Houdini.
Oh yeah, that's right. Kate, have you heard about your daughter?
All right, Bubba. I know you don't want to be here. Go there.
This is how I have to drive. He literally sits in the center console and has to have me put my arm around him. Oh, monster. Drunk knows. He would push Drunk around the back seat so he could get where he wanted.
Yeah. First thing he did was like slobber on my arm when I got in from the airport.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He was like, "Yep, you're marked."
Oh yeah. I can't wait for. We definitely got to do this in October again. I can't wait. I'm excited. We all get together, and she doesn't have it. That's good. So they thought they tested Kate's daughter for cystic fibrosis. So that's good.
Oh,
the Lord's watching out for her. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. So.
I'm thinking about getting rid of the beard. What do you guys think? Not rid of the beard, but getting rid of this.
I cut mine off. Go for it.
I think it looked good.
He got caught under somebody in jiu-jitsu tonight, and I'm like, that kind of hurt. So I'm thinking I might need to get rid of it.
Might be a good idea.
Here last night.
All right, ladies, what do you think? Ladies, should Drunk Uncle trim his beard nice and short? How about that?
Got a yes for me.
We got a yes from Helen.
Like it, it will always grow back. It's not
That's right.
And his hair grows really fast, because like me and him shaved one time at the same time, and like 2 weeks later he's got his Amish beard again, and I'm like not even close. So.
Did you shave each other? Like,
well, so
you're like, here, let me put this on here. I got you, dude.
Why are you telling our secrets, bro? Come on. Jeez
Well, you
Louise.
can always try braiding it, putting it in a ponytail.
There you go.
That's what Eddie did with Graw.
Yeah, I put a ponytail in his hair. Not a ponytail. I tried braiding it. I can't braid though, but I braided his hair a little bit. That's good to hear, Kate. At least it's not the worst of the symptoms it could have been. So yeah, you know.
Yeah, it's starting to irritate me when I go to sleep because sometimes I like to sleep on my side, flip up, and that sucks. Having all this hair in your mouth and in your nose.
Yeah.
I used to have a big old beard, maybe 10 years ago. It was probably all bushy and maybe down to here.
Wow. Did you do that one, Andy?
Do what one?
The Corinne one? Can they tell on YouTube who does it?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I can't see that on my end.
You could see it if on YouTube.
Gate smasher. Dog looked at me funny.
Dog looked at you funny. I think he was wondering what the hell happened. Dang it, dog hair. Speaking of dog hair, man, I got dog for everywhere. I'm packaging up shit that I sell on eBay, and I'm like, oh, they're gonna get some Donnie fur with it. Oh,
now
there
look
he
who's
shows up. Now he showed up.
Is that like an auto response?
Thank you, Pink. Pink Eagles. Is that an auto what?
An auto response, because it's always the same. Because I see it, and I see the German Domnit, which I don't know. It doesn't. I mean, but yeah. Do that.
Whatever there's it's called Nightbot. You go in there, and when you type in exclamation whatever you want, then you can type in what you want it to say too.
Yeah.
So.
But if you ever forget what it is, like you can do exclamation point commands to see what all the commands are.
Yeah.
I almost felt like he had a script that was like that would respond with "damn it," like every time that somebody did that. Because I would see it every time that somebody did it. He would put that in there, and I was like, okay. I was like, I mean, at first I thought it was him, and then I started to go, wait a minute, that's like he hasn't chimed in all night, and then all of a sudden he shows up with that.
Yeah, we were doing our court show earlier today, and like Hope is at work, and she just type in, Corinne, and all the different God Rides the Harley ones, and yeah, she'd have fun with them.
No, it's exclamation point commands, girl. Because then it'll show up.
Yeah, we have one for Andy.
Yep.
We have one for everybody. Oh, I don't know if it'll work because I did it and I didn't do it in YouTube.
No, it came up in YouTube.
Did it? Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
What else do we have? We've been adding them slowly. Like Drunk Uncle has one.
He's being super sweet tonight.
I think he's like, Dad, you never hug me like that. He's liking it, maybe.
Yeah, so you see that link that came up, Andy, you can click on that link and see all the different commands.
There you go.
See.
Yeah, we're trying to add more for each person. Like we got to do one for Gate Smasher. We've got to do one for we got to do multiple. I got to do one for Paul.
You have to do one for Donnie and Brownie.
Everybody.
Didn't you say you can do audio ones? Like audio waves?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure.
I thought you said that the other day because I was like, I need to have one that you type in something and Nate Diaz pops up and says, "I'm not surprised, motherfuckers."
I think that's on Twitch that you can do that, but I'm not sure.
Probably, yeah. No, it's through Streamlabs. There's you gotta pay, like as a streamer, you gotta buy all that, the emotes and stuff like that. I think it's Twitch though too, so yeah. Oh, Microsoft Sam, that guy was annoying Gra today. Oh my gosh. Gra wanted to throw him out of the fucking chat room, I think, a couple times. He was just cussing him.
He did get himself thrown out earlier. So.
Yeah.
He did.
But I mean,
was he one of the things like throwing? Google was established in 2000.
Yeah, that guy, that person.
Oh, that's just a computer. You can't let a computer get to you.
I don't know. No.
It wasn't though. It was somebody actually.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because we kicked him out, and they came back as another name, as Vista. Then they came back as somebody else. Yeah. So.
But just repeat like scripted things.
No, and also they messed up the spelling on a couple things too, so I don't think it was scripted. No.
Yeah, what did he say was started in 1344?
Google.
I don't know.
They said Google
yeah, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's like 100 Years' War or something,
I wasn't mad because every. Well, the reason I didn't get mad.
Script, and they could just be like a troll script.
Right on Gate Smasher.
Yeah.
It could be.
I've run into bots that can't spell. you know, and you ask them specific questions and they, you know, won't answer or answer with a what seems to be a script. That just means their owner isn't a great speller.
Possible.
Helen doesn't have one yet.
Oh.
Yeah, Helen needs one. Paul needs one.
Yeah.
Sagittarius needs one.
We gotta do one for Eric, Paul's brother.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
Wait, so what happened with the 1776 movement? Is that the one that Oreo's been like?
Yeah, there was a death today. Actually, there were 2 deaths recently, but one of them was a guy that was very beloved to the movement. So.
No, I haven't heard the call. Is that what you just emailed me, Sagittarius Dad? Gra said he heard it too. You know, Sagittarius Dad just emailed me. Let me see if that's what it is. Is it the call?
Is that Bryant that passed away?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here it is. It is that. Okay, let's play it on here. You guys want to hear it? Let's hear it. Go to my email on here. Sagittarius Dad. Let me click on the link.
Republicans and those.
Can you guys hear it, or do I gotta screen share it?
I can hear it a little.
Okay, I'll I'll screen share it. Let me turn on Chrome for everybody else. Close Discord. Move the video over so you guys can see it. I'll hit screen share. 1 second, guys. I'm trying to do multitasking here. Where are you?
Are you multitasking if you're only doing one thing?
Sometimes, yeah.
No.
Sometimes. I'm pretty bad at it, so yeah.
What's 7 cubed, Eddie?
What's that?
I said, what's 7 cubed?
What's 7 cubed? 7 times 7? I don't even know. 7 times 7. I don't even know. It's 49.
I was gonna add.
That's 343. 343. It's 343. Am I right?
Yes, that's cool. Cause yeah.
Well, okay.
Eddie, what's 3 to the 5th power, Eddie?
3 to the 5th power? 944.
Oh, well, you're typing it into a calculator.
No. Okay, so you want to know how I had 7 cubed, right? So I did 7 times 7 is 49, right? So then I did 7 times 50 is 350 minus the 7, so that's 343. That's how I got it real quick.
Yeah, no, that's good.
That's how I do math.
That's cool.
And I actually found out that's actually what is it? What's the new school math now? What is it called?
Common Core.
Common Core. I found out that's how Common Core works. I didn't know it.
No, that's not Common Core.
That's not? Oh.
Because that actually makes sense, what you said, Eddie, and Common Core does not make sense.
Like, I remember my wife one time, she's like, how did you figure out that so fast? I'm like, all right, well, you're trying to multiply 5 times 19, right? She's like, yeah. I said, what's 5 quarters? And she's all $1.25. I said, okay, what's 5 times 6? She's all 30. I said, what's $1.25 minus 30? She's like, I'm like, it's 95. That's how you do it so quickly in your head. That's how I do it. That's how I do it.
Yeah. So 3 to the 5th is actually 243, which I always thought was kind of interesting because 3 to the 5th plus 10 squared, 100, it gives you 7 cubed. But then, okay, but also, like, if you look at 24 squared, it's 576. 26 squared is 676. So they're 100 apart. But then 23 squared is 529. 27 squared is 729. They're 200 apart. So however far apart they are, 5 is like that many times 100 is how many apart the squares are. Right?
Lady.
So,
right on. All right, let's listen to this Hunter Biden call real quick. That is interesting, though. Let's listen to this Hunter Biden call. Now that we got everybody ready, and I got it ready, I think.
Critical of Hunter Biden's scandalous overseas business deals are calling for proper action. Yesterday, the Daily Mail released a voicemail that Joe Biden sent to his son Hunter in 2018 that seems to confirm that he knew about his son's business deals with China, despite continuing to claim that he's never spoken to him about it.
Oh, the voicemail.
It's 8:15 on Wednesday night. If you get a chance, give me a call. Nothing urgent. Just want to talk to you. I thought the article at least the thing online is going to be printed to 1 times is good. I think it's clear. And anyway, if you get a chance, give me a call. I love you.
That's definitely his voice.
Contradicts what the president has long maintained.
Yeah.
He's calling his son to say that he thinks he's clear after the New York Times had published an article.
What is he clear about, I wonder?
Did you see the video of him talking to the escort and everything? It was like with the $10,000 that I'm sorry it took me so long to get you $10,000 or something like that.
No,
but
I
I
haven't
mean,
seen
like
one.
when he's talking, I'm like, holy crap! It actually sounds like he sounds like his dad when he talks.
Does he really? Maybe it
So
was his
talking about-
dad.
Wasn't the same video where he said that the Russians like set him up and stole one of his laptops? Is that the same video?
I don't know. No, it was like where he had asked, like I guess he said he didn't have any money. He asked his dad, President Joe Biden, you know, the just regular old Joe Schmo, but he wired him like, I don't know, $10,000 like on the spot, and then which he used to pay off this Russian hooker.
Wow.
But, and I guess she was kind of not particularly happy with the way things went down, and she said he was, I don't know, he shot a video like Hunter Biden did, and it was just, you know, when you watch it, you're like, oh my god, you know, like he's kind of a skis. I mean, not that we didn't already know that, but
yeah.
Wow.
Say, what's new about that, Andy?
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Oh my gosh, yeah.
I wish they would start focusing more on Ashley Biden. 'Cause that
Something's
seems
not. Yeah.
some 80 stuff. Showering with your dad when you're like most likely like between 9 and 11.
Yeah.
That's the
Saying you were being hyperly sexualized by a family member. You know, is that Bo? Is that Joe? Is that Hunter?
So I don't know. So I've gotten the distinct impression that Bo was actually kind of a normal person and didn't really want to have anything to do with the family business. But
I don't know anything about that either. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
But maybe he was the one that actually went to the military and was able to keep his nose clean because he
actually was good. He you know.
Yeah, I had a family member.
Brain
cancer and died. You know, it was my dad's sister, and very just fucked up family, redneck, blah 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 blah. And once he got of age, he joined the military, and he done this thing, and maybe you can explain to me, Andy, kind of what it was. But he wanted to retire by the time he was 40, and what he would do was he moved from Army to Navy to Air Force, Marines. Is that like something? But he just wanted to be away from his family and just totally.
Once you hit the 20-year point in military service combined, and it wouldn't matter if it's across services, that's fine, I guess. But I mean, like you can retire at basically half your base pay for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe that's what, you know. I guess if you join when you're 20, you can retire when you're 40. It's not really enough to retire on. Most likely. So I mean, you're gonna actually have to have another job, but then you do have that guaranteed income, which is nice.
He just totally separated himself from the family, and it was definitely in his best interest. It was definitely in his interest. He came back, and you know, I met him. I hadn't seen him in like 10 years or whatever, and I was just like. You know, I was only maybe 16 or something. I could realize that. I was like, you made a good decision to get away from all this. Like you're so much better. Like you're exponentially better than what you would have been if you would have stayed around here.
Yeah. Well, you know, Michael Corleone, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see.
Hey, Central.
It's
What's
getting
up?
late, fellers. So I
Ardra.
need to.
Oh, now Central. I knew Central was gonna show up the minute we were done with stuff.
I was on another stream. Eddie.
Were
I
you?
mean,
Oh,
I'm
my
like-
bad.
Yep.
Oh shit! I'm still
I-
sharing my stream with you guys, huh?
I see that you. Well, we rated you after our show, so.
Oh, right on. That was you guys.
Yeah.
Right on.
Can I make a comment real quick? Because I saw the topic that you posted in the on Crooked Noses server. I just wanted to comment on it real quick.
Sure, go for it.
Are computers going to take over the world? What? They haven't already? What are you talking about? They already have.
That's true,
Thank
huh? That's definitely true. I forgot about that. Yeah. But I mean, like, really crazy takeover, you know?
Oh yeah, because like right now it's pretty crazy too. Because let me turn this on. Sorry, I've got a movie running in the background. I got company watching a movie, but I want to stop in. Hi everybody. Look at the internet. If the internet went down, our economy would crumble instantly, because everything is connected through the internet. So that in itself would be a major setback. So have they taken over the world, you know, as far as aggressively, as far as anything like that? No, but passively, yeah, they've taken over the world.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Too bad you couldn't come in earlier when you're doing your show, because we were going on for a while, and then it turned into God. We started talking about God. You know, somehow we passed into religion. So. Yeah.
Well, that was me linking operating systems and OS X to GOD could be an operating, you know.
Religion and politics, Eddie, the two things that, you know, no.
Right?
You know, I just remembered something. I work at school, and that's not what I just remembered, but I work at school, and all of our kids are now using Chromebooks. They don't do the writing like they used to with paper and pencils. It's all computer. Ask a child to sign their name, they look at you like, I don't know how. It's crazy.
It's like, yeah, my kids have Chromebooks. Everything is same thing.
You know, I thought about doing that one day, going to a college and having something written out in cursive and seeing if they could actually figure out what it said.
Yeah.
My kids thought it was a talent that I like, artist stuff, and I go, no, this is how you write your name in cursive. They had no idea. Now all of a sudden we're going back though, and we do have a few teachers that are teaching the kids cursive writing because they need to know how to sign a paycheck.
Right.
I have read reports about that in schools, you know, kids have been graduating without being able to write in cursive. And
It's basically unneeded now, but you know,
I can only sign my name.
Yeah,
I've
noticed,
anymore.
like I can look at my signature from my motorcycle license from like 10 years ago to my signature now, totally different. Like I actually used to kind of like write it out somewhat legible. And my mom always used to get on to me like, you can't read that, blah, 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 blah. Now it's basically the first letter of my name and a fucking squiggle and halfway the first letter of my last name and then a squiggle.
Yeah.
Like it's distinguishable from my signature 10 years ago because I don't write anymore. I don't write anything down. You just
I write a lot of things.
Oh, wait a minute, guy. Oh, shoot! I didn't realize how we gotta shorten this a little bit. Remember how we were talking the other night about how I had the I met that guy. Or I have a friend who was from the Goonies. He was Sloth. He was the stunt double for Sloth. I just found the picture of it. This was him. This was me and him hanging out when he autographed a picture for me. So it's gonna be on YouTube any second now. Freaking, and he was a Trump supporter. This was at the Republican Party of Fresno meeting. Tell me when you guys see it.
Almost. Oh, yep. Yeah.
This is the guy who played Sloth, the stunt double for the Goonies.
That's a nice belt buckle.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
He was a real cool dude, real nice guy. Real nice guy. Turn on the wrong one. There we go. Now you guys are back. There's Central. How's it going over there in Pismo, Central?
It's going pretty well. I finally got my air conditioner installed this last weekend. It's getting warm, and this house has good insulation so that it gets even warmer in here. Let you know, Eddie, and a couple of you know, I'm having surgery Thursday to have this contraption removed off my leg finally.
Oh, congratulations.
Well, it's kind of a mixed blessing. I saw the doctor a week ago, and he said the leg is not healed. So they're going to take this off. They're going to probably leave it open for 2 weeks, then put in the pins up through the heel into the bones, and then cast it for 1 year, and then remove the cast after that year, and then put me in a crow boot, the walking boot, for 1 year. So the road's not over yet, and it just got longer, but at least,
that
it's
sucks.
progressing, and I'll get this dang thing off my leg.
Yeah. Man.
How are you doing? I'm talking in a while again.
Yeah, I've been busy. Been real busy. Just doing stuff.
Yeah.
Here and there. So I'm doing all right, though. I need to get down there, though, and hang out with you.
Here and there,
Well, you know me, I'm always busy. I'm always somewhere.
I know. You always got something going.
Yeah.
We're coming up there tomorrow, but again, I'm in this, and so, and I don't know about next month either. We'll see how I'm walking at that point. If I'm walking at that point.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, hopefully it all works out good,
Yeah, because it's been, almost a year now.
Has it been that long? Holy shit.
I think so, because I don't think I saw you in December, did I? And that was the only time that I would have been up there that I was able to walk.
Yeah, the last time we saw you were walking, that's true. Yeah.
So
you're gonna have to get some leg exercises in, get them bad boys beefed up again.
I've got to get them moving again, for starters. I can barely move my legs at this point. So, yeah, I'll get there. Going to the PT
One day.
starting, shortly after the surgery. But, anyway, jeez. Sorry, that's really loud.
You got low audio on the new guest, huh? Okay, let me make sure you're turning him up a little bit. There we go. Hopefully he's louder now.
You know what? It might have been
Best of luck with that.
It might have been my gain. Also, yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm hoping it all goes well.
Yeah, me too. Hey, Hope, do you know what a chinchilla is?
Huh?
Do you know what a chinchilla is?
Yes.
Wait like 30 seconds and you'll see a picture of mine.
No, I'm not even on YouTube right now.
Speaking of chinchillas, that used to be the name of my production company, the Radioactive Chinchilla Production.
Really? That's cool. Hold on. Gosh darn it. Hope's making it hard. That's what, whoa, wait a minute. That's what she... You see her?
That's just
It's all Hope's fault.
It's all Hope's fault. Yeah, that was my...
You heard it when you said it, didn't you, Eddie?
Yeah, I did. That was my chinchilla.
You look so enthused in that picture. You're so happy that rabbit is
Looks
on
like
your...
a radioactive rabbit.
She was cool. She was my little sweetheart. She was a sweetheart for sure. Oh wait, here's a good picture. You guys, most of you guys will know who this person is. Well, it'll take like 30 seconds for it to pop up. We were just talking about him earlier today because President Trump called him on the day of the day before the rally.
Oh, Stone.
It's gone?
No, Stone.
Yeah, I got
Isn't
to
it
meet Roger Stone. Yeah, that's me and Roger Stone in Las Vegas. Yeah.
That's a weird dude. That's a weird dude. Just based on his clothing preferences, I can tell you that guy's weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was interesting.
That was a reaction, Andy.
I'm weird, so but well, maybe not that weird, but
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes he looks like he's like the fucking villain out of and I'm just pulling this out of the back of my memory because I don't remember exactly what he looks like. But for some reason, he reminds me of the bad guy in Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Christopher Lloyd.
I don't know.
Lloyd.
Oh my
that
gosh.
was Chris Lloyd.
Can you guys remind me who this streamer is? What is his name? It'll pop up in a second. He got in a lot of trouble for doing something. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's why I can't remember.
I'm trying to remember his name. Half Baked Alaska, isn't that Half Baked Alaska or Baked Alaska? Isn't that Baked Alaska?
I believe so. Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Talking about Willis.
Baked Alaska, that's who it was. Now I remember.
By the way, I got to say about you were talking about Christopher Lloyd. I know him too. I will not know him like we go to parties, but I've met him a few times. And you know what? His character in Back to the Future, is Marty. He's exactly like that in real life.
Is he really?
Yeah, I kind of gathered honestly, because when you see him, like in What Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, or honestly, like as Scrooge in Star Trek 3. I mean, like honestly, there's a lot of the same sort of maniacal character going on. So
Wait. So the same Doc from Back to the Future is also the guy from Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yep.
Yes.
I'd be damned.
I didn't know that.
And as the Klingon, and as the head Klingon bad guy in Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock.
Really?
Which is like, actually like one of the good Star Trek movies as compared to most of the others. That's one of the good ones. 2 is better, but 3 was good.
I like the one with the whales.
That's 4.
4
That's
was,
4, yeah.
honestly, 4 was okay too.
Speaking of Star Trek, have you been watching Strange New Worlds?
No, I don't recognize any Star Trek after J.J. Abrams got a hold of it. They completely ruined the franchise. I'm done with it, and it makes me so sad.
I highly recommend Strange New Worlds. I do. Anson Mount is fantastic as Christopher Pike. Rebecca Romaine is great as number 1. It brings back.
It's still in the crappy fake universe that isn't real,
No. They have said that this takes place in fact, all of these new ones on NBC, they have actually placed back in the original timeline. They want to get away from the whole Kelvin universe thing, and they want to bring it back into the original timeline and put it in with that. There are some discrepancies there, but Strange New Worlds has set it back to the original timeline. I love it. Fantastic show.
I wanted to know what happened after the Dominion War at the end of Deep Space Nine. That was like really where it left off.
Me, Hope, and Drunk are just like.
No, I was gonna say I like the J.J. Abrams one, and that's an unpopular opinion apparently.
If you like lens flare, that's definitely the one to watch. But
it's just I grew up on I grew up watching original series with my parents, like in syndication, and then Next Generation, came out. I mean, I was like 9 years old, and it's funny. I really identify with Wesley Crusher. Now I can't stand the character, I can't stand the actor either. But like at the time,
Wesley Crusher.
Wesley Crusher, Will Wheaton, if you watch Picard, has a guest spot in that, and he hosts every night. There's a Star Trek. He has what's called the Ready Room, where they interview the cast and they talk about that and past Star Treks. I mean,
he's just insufferable. I don't want to listen to his voice. I now as an adult. I mean,
politically, I don't agree with him at all, but I don't mind him as he's finally come into his own. He's finally realized that he made a big mistake when he wanted off TNG, and he regrets now. He says that, and that he loves those people like his family, and it's an interesting watch. But I'm not kidding. I recommend Strange New Worlds. It's really, I mean, just the opening sequence, I loved. Much better than Picard. Much better than Discovery. Much better than.
Is it better than Enterprise?
I would put it. Yeah, I would say it's better than Enterprise. Although I liked season 4 of Enterprise a lot. And then
No, I meant like the opening sequence because just the song. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's.
I think we just lost our show, Drunk Uncle.
I'm sorry, guys.
I'm joking with you guys. Go ahead.
Star Trek takes over everywhere.
I'm honestly like, I'm basically what the whole. It's a whole roundabout way of me saying that I'm really bummed about what happened to Star Trek.
God Rides a Harley says all Star Trek sucks.
What they did. Like once the woke crowd got a hold of Star Trek and everything, they really ruined it.
Kurtzman is really kind of taking things over and made it no longer Star Trek. And Kurtzman is one of the showrunners on this one, but he's let other people make decisions. He's not making those decisions.
And even TNG is like woke, but it's not. It wasn't woke like how it is now. Yeah.
I found the video where my mobility scooter rack on the back of my truck broke. I remember because it was Noble Beard. Here, watch. You guys can see it. This is Noble Beard sitting on my scooter on the back of my truck.
So, what's up with the hand wraps? Are your wrists fucked up? Or are you just ready to fight? Or what's up?
I have neuropathy, so I wear these gloves because I have neuropathy.
Are they wraps or gloves?
They're gloves.
They're gloves?
Yeah.
Drunk, where'd your friend go?
It helps from burning and from hurting. And it keeps them in line with the pressurized. Otherwise, if I don't do this, they're all like that.
Yeah. That sucks.
No, you know.
It's making me cry. I'm laughing so hard.
You guys are crazy.
He don't listen.
He never listens to
Don't you know?
You guys are crazy. Melissa says she's a Star Wars fan, so forget you Star Trek guys.
Well.
I don't know shit about any of them.
You know, that's another thing that made me really sad was just this last new year was how Paramount Plus pulled all of the legacy Star Trek off of all the other streaming platforms. And if you want to watch any TNG or DS9 or anything like that, you have to subscribe to Paramount Plus. And I'm like, I'm not gonna, I don't know. That was like a big reason that I have held on to like the Amazon Prime Video or even the Netflix, you know, a few years back was because of Star Trek. Because I would love watching Star Trek, honestly. But
I miss Captain Kirk.
You guys want to see the time when hookers took over my mobility scooter on the Las Vegas Strip and they crashed it?
Hookers.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. The picture is coming up on the screen right now. These girls actually, they're like, "Can I drive your scooter?" So the blonde one drove, the redhead or the purple head one sat in my lap, and I'm like, "What am I supposed to hold on to?" And she put my hand on her boobs, and the blonde girl crashed us in, and the cops almost arrested us. Yeah.
For DUI or something.
Well, no, they were just pissed at us because she crashed like twice in the buildings. And I mean, look, we had a bottle. We're drinking a bottle of whiskey. You know, it's just, it was interesting.
And there's not much left, I will point out.
Yeah, there's not much left there either. No, no.
I want to address something I see going on over in the YouTube chat is Star Trek versus Star Wars, which is better. Look, in my universe, there's room for both. So, you know, there we go.
Well, there you go.
I mean, you know, Star Wars is okay. Especially like the original episodes 4, 5, 6. Those are good. But Star Trek is better, and if you disagree, you're the same as Hitler.
Right. And for myself, these days,
Thanks, Andy. Thank
I'm
you.
What if I say I've not been impressed by either? What would that make?
So
human.
Whatever,
Family Guy. I love
your
Family
opinion
Guy.
doesn't matter then. Just doesn't matter. You can whatever. Nobody cares anymore.
I have
Is
to
what
say
that means.
for myself these days, I'm a big Marvel fan these days over DCU.
I'm getting
DC's had a lot of misses, a couple of hits, but Marvel has just they knocked it
Wasn't
out.
that with like Brie Larson or whatever?
That was a mistake, I think.
Yeah, like Proto Amber Heard or something. Maybe like Amber Heard without quite the I'm gonna kill you, beat the shit out of you, cut your finger off type vibe.
Well, she'll leave something. She'll leave you a little gift on your bed too.
Did you get my package in your bed?
I don't find her attractive at all. Amber Heard.
Never did.
Oh my gosh, why can't I think of his name right now? Who started the Proud Boys? What the fuck is his name? I can't think of his name right now.
Gavin?
Yeah, Gavin. You guys want to see Gavin really fucked up when we're in Vegas? Look at the picture that's coming up right now. It's me, Gavin, Rufio, freaking Milkshake. Look at Gavin though. He's just like, he's just totally passed out. Yeah, this is all of us in Vegas. We had some crazy times.
Cocaine wears off quick.
No comment.
It's a hell of a drug.
No comment.
He's very open about his liking of cocaine. No need to shadow that, Eddie. Anybody that's seen this show knows that he likes his cocaine.
Oh, he talks about it on the show, does he? Okay. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it was Vegas, so what happens in Vegas happens in Vegas.
Yeah. All right, party people. I definitely gotta jump off, do the wind down, and all my stupid shit that I gotta do.
Okay. Have a good night, drunk. Oh, wait a minute. We gotta make a night bot for Central now.
Word up. I'll see you guys later.
All right, drunk uncle. What should we do for Central's night bot? Huh.
What are the options?
Whatever you want.
No, I get to make the sayings up. This is, as Central. Great. Is it underscore scrutinizer or just Central scrutinizer? It's underscore, right? It doesn't matter.
No, it's just where at? You mean on my name
YouTube.
on Twitter?
On YouTube.
On YouTube. You know what? I don't know what it is now. It's got a really long URL. My name is all messed up.
Oh, well, I just put Central Scrutinizer. They know who we're talking about.
Yeah.
Good night, girl.
Good night, girl.
Good night.
Night, dude.
Oh my gosh, you remember when we went to TGI Fridays? So, it was Pride Month. So dang, it has been. It was a year ago because we went to TGI Fridays and it was Pride Month. Remember, because all the
badges they had.
Yeah. So, but that was like the first time we ate. Then we went, and then after that we went to a couple other places. We went to Texas Roadhouse. We went to BJ's. So yeah, it's probably December.
That burger place with the rubber bacon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then we went to Fridays again.
Yeah, Fridays again.
We're going to steakhouse next time again.
Oh yeah. The only problem is he likes his steak well done. I don't like my steak well done.
I like it mid-well.
Steaks are meant to be medium rare.
No, I'm like medium rare at most. I mean,
right?
There's got to be blood in there,
No.
Like the last steakhouse we went to, you walk in, they got a big, huge, like you're going to a butcher shop. They got all the steaks right there, and you're like, I want that steak. And they give you a little name tag. You write your name on this little stick, and they stick it in the meat, and then they bring you that steak. And that's what they cook for you. I loved it. It was
Waffle
great.
House is great. you get the hash browns all the way at Waffle House, triple order.
You're comparing Texas Roadhouse to Waffle House. No.
No. Hope just said she'd never been to Waffle House. So I was just saying.
Okay.
Oh.
In the chat.
Yeah, never been to Waffle House.
Yeah, BJ's. It's a restaurant. It's BJ's Brew House. I know what Eric's thinking about.
The desserts there are amazing.
At Waffle House? Or BJ's?
Yeah, BJ's.
We didn't get dessert that time, did we? You know, I'm always on a diet when I go with Central, and he always talks me into getting that hot fudge sundae with all the ice cream on top and the brownie, you know.
Hey, you only live once, isn't that the saying these days? YOLO.
Oh yeah.
YOLO.
Oh, yeah. What was the one you got at TGI Fridays? There was one that was really good at TGI.
I got the brownie. It was I can't remember what it's called, but it's a brownie with ice cream and hot fudge all over it, and whipped cream. And...
Oh wait, no, it was BJ's. Remember, it was like a cookie. You had like 4 different cookies.
Oh, that was
Zola's.
Yeah. It was 3 different types. They give you on this gigantic cookie with different ice cream, and I was like, I ate the whole damn thing too. Wow.
Yeah. BJ's is pretty good. Yeah. That's the last time we ate. And you bought, so it's my turn to buy. That's why he wants to go to the steakhouse.
Oh, no, it isn't.
I know, I'm joking with you. BJ's was expensive too, though. So, I mean, we have fun, though. We invite people.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it when I can finally, when it won't happen. We can't do lunch again until I can drive myself, because I can't ask whoever's driving me to, let's spend another 2 hours here in the city, because we've also got to get back too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely look forward to it, Eddie. And if anybody else wants to come that lives in the Central Valley in California, join us. Let's have some.
Yeah, let's have some lunch. It's fun. It's always fun. I remember we were at Texas Roadhouse, and this kid started talking politics to us, and he's like, "Yeah, there was this guy I watch sometimes. He's in a wheelchair, And Central's like, you're talking to him right now, right?" Kid didn't even know he knew who I was, but he didn't know I was him right in front of him. He's like, "No way, that's you."
Funny.
Yeah, he remembered you from, was it J6?
Probably, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just funny.
Which, by the way, that whole thing is being blown out of proportion and not represented properly, I might add, on the Monday night.
No, of course not. I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
let's
not fair? What?
They have all this video, but they're not showing video. They're explaining what they saw in the video. It's like, oh,
right.
really?
And I want to point out a new argument that's coming out, is that his aide, I can't remember her name right now, but she's saying that he lunged towards the security and he did this. You know what? He didn't make any physical contact. So, you know what? Whether or not he lunged or not, that doesn't matter. The fact is, it's not illegal to do that.
Even if the story were 100% true, and it's not at this point. I mean, but like, even if it were 100% true, it doesn't reflect badly on Trump at all.
You're right.
He's like, I said, I told you to take me to Capitol Hill. You don't get to not take me to Capitol Hill. I'm the president. I give the orders here. You follow the orders.
Yeah, it's just it's such a what's a distraction from everything else is all it is. Just like every other distraction they put up in front of us.
Well, look what they were saying this morning. We saw somebody with an AK-47 or an AR-15 there, and I'm like, they saw somebody. Where's the photograph? Where's the video? And it's like, well, somebody saw the stock of an AR-15.
And that's the thing, Eddie. You know that back in the day, myself and my former, we were co-hosts with that person. We covered J6 from like 10 in the morning our time, 9 in the morning our time, something like that, till past midnight. And we did not see one AK. We did not see
any long barrel of any kind. We did not see any handguns openly displayed of any kind. Yet they're making it out like it was all over the place. And it's like, if that's the case, we would have seen it because we watched it from about 40 different points of view of the camera, and we didn't see anything over a 15-hour period. So I call BS on that entire statement.
And then they're saying, President Trump was mad because the ellipse wasn't full because too many people had knives. That's bullshit. I was there 8 o'clock in the morning, and I showed video of the ellipse full. I couldn't move around the place, you know?
Was the aide you guys were talking about the same aide that wanted to get on his security team?
Her name's Hutchinson, I
It's
think.
a woman.
It's a woman.
Okay, yeah. Supposedly, President Trump had, I don't know, was aggressive to her, and then that's what she was talking about. And then all of a sudden, it came out that she had wanted to be on his security team too. So how do you like one person for a second and then don't like him for the next? It doesn't make any sense.
It's like George Conway.
Yeah.
I don't know who George Conway is.
It's Kellyanne Conway's husband who begged Trump for a job and then didn't get it, and then spent the rest of the term just trashing his wife publicly on Twitter.
Wow.
For working for him.
What a shame. What a shame. That's just crazy.
You can't talk about, I mean, whether you're husband or wife, you can't talk about your spouse like that in public.
Yeah.
But you know.
Yeah. Oh, and then Trump threw a plate against the wall. Well, yeah, if I told you to take me to the Capitol and I'm president and you don't, I'd be pissed too, and I'd probably throw something on the wall. You know, big deal.
Honestly, that's kidnapping. If you are being taken someplace against your will, not lawfully, which, I mean, that wouldn't be lawful, that is kidnapping. I mean, that's letter of the law. Like, hey.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, yeah. You can definitely state that, yeah.
But as you can tell, nobody does anything by the letter of the law anymore, especially like all of the so-called people that have done wrong, that haven't gone to jail, that probably should. The high elite of the government they haven't done anything. Right. They have not done anything to stop them from continuing on doing what they're doing. It's ridiculous.
Well, and then the juries in D.C. are busy making sure to find everybody guilty who's innocent, basically, and everybody innocent who's guilty, or acquitting everybody who's guilty. Better way to say it.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks. You know, how are we supposed to live with that kind of system of justice? I don't know. That there's got to be a reckoning at some point, because that's not cool.
I agree. I mean, look at these 40, and I'm sorry, those 40 people that died in that semi. I don't care where they came from. That's 40 human beings.
Mm-hmm.
The two guys that were driving the truck were arrested for drugs on top of it, and 2 hours later were released. That makes absolutely no sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, there were children in there.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Very sad, yeah.
You know, it probably got up, I guess they're saying, I mean, it probably got up to like 170 degrees in there, that type of thing.
Wow. Yeah.
It's just awful.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, but the border is closed, though, so, you know.
That's
what we heard from the administration. So there we go.
Well, that's why we have more illegal immigrants coming in now who are getting, I believe it's $150,000 per family over their next 10 years or something like that they receive.
Well, but the border is closed. It's totally closed. So what you're saying is misinformation, and honestly, you should be deplatformed for it.
I probably am as we speak.
Thanks, you just got me deplatformed. Gosh darn it. Oh my gosh. Right on. Holy jeez.
Sergeant McDog Modog USMC.
Is Hillary Clinton spotted
yeah.
warning around the halls of the ward of Ghislaine Maxwell's house? Oh my gosh. Yeah, you know, I still wonder, where's that little black book that she's got control of? You're telling me the FBI didn't raid every part of her house and take everything out of there?
It's been destroyed. It doesn't exist anymore. It's the same as if it never existed.
Yeah, just like
gone.
Just like
What black book? We didn't have any black book.
Right?
Well, actually, you know what though? I mean, I guess technically, if you're gonna be, you're not gonna really destroy it. You're gonna make copies of it before you destroy it.
Oh, of
so that,
course. It's on a
you
Google
know,
Drive somewhere, or what's
hey,
the other one?
you come up for promotion and be like, hey, so you know, I happen to still have this information.
Let's face it.
Oh, you're promoted.
It's been flipped out of existence by Thanos.
By Thanos.
Yeah.
At least I got that one.
Turned to dust.
I know who Thanos is, at least.
That's good.
Yeah. You know, I'm getting there. You know.
Have you seen any of the Marvel movies, Eddie?
Yeah, I have. Well, I mean, everybody's seen. Oh, not everybody, but I've seen the Iron Mans, Captain America. What's the girl? What's her name?
Captain America, not Captain America. Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel. I've seen hers. Yeah, that's.
Wow, I haven't seen it.
I didn't watch. That's
seen any of
DC.
these.
That's DC.
I've seen none of these.
No. Yeah, I've seen quite a few, to be honest with you.
I'm sorry, I'm still into the Archie comic books.
By the way, I have to ask the really, really, you know, left liberals a question, and here it is.
Is mental illness?
Oh, hold on. Somebody subscribed to my channel right when you played that. Thank you, Broomy Dan. You got to play it again, Central.
Is mental illness contagious?
I believe it is. I believe it is.
Scary.
Right? I don't know.
I like them French fried potatoes.
That sounded like... Did Gra just show up? I thought that was Gra for a second.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
It ain't got no gas in it.
I got some today too.
You can't handle the truth.
There you go.
It's a great movie.
You got any fish for sale in there?
Oh my gosh. Let's see.
Well, I'm going to head
You know,
to
is it-
bed. It's 1:15 over
Yeah.
here.
I have to say real quick, I gotta play one more. This is the one that we should all be in agreement with.
I'm a Mandalorian. Weapons are part of my religion.
Right on.
Yeah, I would say I'm right behind you there. Hope.
Yeah, I think I'm
was
going
about to
too.
say,
It's actually the dogs normally eat by 9, and so now I know why they've been bugging me. But when Central came on, I always leave right when Central shows up, and I didn't want to do that to him this time, you know, because he's a good buddy of mine.
It's like I run you off when I come in. It's like, oh.
Yeah, and so I was like, no, I can't leave now because Central just popped up. He's going to think I'm ignoring him or something.
honestly, Central Eddie was just saying how much he hated your ass right before you came on. So
I know.
sorry,
I
dude.
believe that. I believe
Right?
that.
Yeah. I was going to go pick him up and take him to my brother's restaurant and give him some real good food in Lompoc.
We got to do that when you get out here next time.
Well, the biggest problem is you can't get in my truck because my truck is too tall.
If we get out of here. Oh, you know what? We could take my Jeep and you could. Well, no, that wouldn't work either. But you know what? It's not going to be that much longer. And,
Okay.
You know, God willing.
Well, maybe we can
I'll
just
be-
roll you. We'll roll your wheelchair in the bed of my truck, and you can just sit in the bed of my truck.
I'll just
and
hold onto a chain.
there
and
you
can
go.
tow me down to 101.
Right. You're allowed to have people in the bed of your truck as long as they have a seatbelt. Is there a seatbelt on your wheelchair? It did.
I can get a rope on that too.
Well, there we go. Hey.
Just get those
Wouldn't do
straps
me any
that
good.
people harness furniture in.
Yeah, we'll
You
just
mean
strap
like
them
National
in.
Lampoon's Vacation? Just
Go
pull grandma
grandma?
down the street.
Yeah. And Edna.
I
And
like
Edna.
And Edna.
Oh, leave her alone. She's fine. She's not fine, Clark. She's dead.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that and the dog too in the same trip.
The
Oh
dog.
yeah, I forgot about the dog.
Dog
Yeah.
killer.
Oh my gosh, those
I think it
movies.
got worse when the dog got killed. when
Oh
the
yeah,
grandma
me
was
too. We're going to Wally World, damn it. You know that was Six Flags Magic Mountain here in LA, right?
Sorry, folks.
Oh wow.
I heard that the actress who played Aunt Edna was like really like she was really like concerned about her image to people afterward. Like she's like, I'm really not like this in real life, you know, like because she was just a horrible person in that movie, you know.
Yeah.
Wait, who?
The actress who played Aunt Edna in Vacation.
Okay.
Yeah, she's like,
Imogene Coca was her name.
Yeah. That's right. Right. Yeah, I heard she was actually a really nice person in real life. She's like, I'm not like that, you know, type of thing. But
A lot of people aren't like their characters.
Yeah.
People always associate their characters with the person. For instance, they always
Yeah.
associate me with a guy who gets his neck slit, and nope, still got it.
I think the same thing happened with the actress who was the Wicked Witch of the West or whatever. She was like an actual school teacher, and she said children were like afraid of her after she did that movie.
Really?
And she was like, "No, I'm not." You know, she's like, "That was just a part." You know, I'm the exact opposite of her in real life. Type thing.
People forget the woman. The suspension of disbelief and all this, that's a character on the screen. It's not the actor. I'm an actor, I play character.
Yeah.
And it's
I get kids being like, oh no, you're the bad guy, you know, 'cause, you know, you're in this movie type thing, and I understand that. It's kind of one of those things. It's sort of an iconic role, but bittersweet.
Yeah.
One of the women in Oklahoma, she was typecast after her character was, after her film role, and she didn't really get jobs after that because like they could only see her in that sort of role.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna head to bed, guys.
Yeah, we
Good
better
night.
do that. Otherwise, we will never stop. We'll just keep talking.
Yep.
I don't have a problem.
All right. Good night, Hope.
All right, wait a minute.
Good
Hold on.
night.
Everybody's got to say their goodbyes. We always do. You know this. We've been doing this now. That everybody say goodbye. So now, just because of that, Hope's going last. So, Helen, would you like to say goodbye to everybody?
Sure. Bye, everybody.
Andy?
Bye, everybody. I'll see you next time.
Central?
Good night, everybody. Hopefully, we'll be able to do a whole show with you sometime, Eddie. I gotta be at home at the same time, and you gotta remind me. I forget these things.
Every night at 6 o'clock.
And I should know that by now. But good night, everybody. It was good to see you, Eddie. Good to see you, Andy. Good to see you, Hope. Good to see you, Drunk Uncle, wherever you went. And I guess it's good to meet you. Can't remember your name.
Helen?
Helen. Good to meet you.
Yes. Nice to meet you too.
Now you get to go, Hope.
Oh, now I can go?
No, you got to say goodbye first. Jeez, what are you? She's gonna
I'm
flip
gonna take
us
my
off
blanket
and
and
just
go
say, "Get the hell
home."
out of here."
Here you
Let's take my
guys, I'm
blanket and
going
go
home.
If we don't let her say goodbye, can we stay longer?
No, I'll just leave.
No, because I got to go feed the dogs. So, all right. Well, say goodnight, Hope.
Good night, Hope.
I knew she was gonna say that. How did I knew she was gonna say that?
Good night, Hope.
All right.
Good night,
everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Bye. Oh, I normally end the show first before I turn that off. Well, here we go. Let's end the stream. Or wait a minute. Do I want to show you one more thing real quick? Yeah, you guys remember I was talking about my buddy who is, where'd it go? My buddy who played Slaw in, I just found the video. Where'd it go? I had the video a second ago. I could have played this video for you guys. I interviewed, oh, here it is. Here, you guys want to see him? I'll just show you one real quick interview. Hey everybody, Eddie Block here with Frontline America for Ben. Ben's out of town today, but I'm here at the Fresno Gun Show with my good friend Randall. You guys may not recognize Randall like he is right now, but if you've ever watched The Goonies,
there you go.
You saw him. He was not actually Slaw, but he was stunt double for Slaw.
There you guys.
There you go. And he was also in, oh my gosh, Lethal Weapon with Danny Glover.
Yes.
You were the ice cream man in Highway to Hell, was it?
Yes.
So Randall was in quite a few videos.
127 films.
He's been in 127 films, and I'm proud to call him a good friend of mine. He's a good Trump supporting man, and we're here at the Fresno Gun Show. In fact, he just sold me this beautiful Damascus knife. Look at that. That's a beautiful knife. So what do you think about how Trump's going to win this year?
I think we're going to have a landslide.
Going to be a landslide?
Absolutely. The choice really is, do you believe in the United States and freedom and capitalism, or do you want slavery? And do you want a socialist government that will literally take over your entire life? So I think that it's going to be a landslide for freedom, and that's where we are.
I think so. I'm not going to show you all the interview today. We'll show that another night, but he was a great friend of mine. He passed away recently. His name was Randall Widner. So that's a good buddy of mine, right? You meet